Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Summit Point Raceway for the 2026 SCCA U.S. Majors Tour, presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati and David Lance. And, of course, we've got Spencer Gaynor here, our director, making sure you got all the best views of a very damp and very chilly Summit Point Raceway. And Brian, David, good morning, and what a big difference we have today versus yesterday.
Yeah, I got to tell you, we were just talking about this right before we went on air, David. Whatever you learned yesterday between qualifying and the heat that we had yesterday afternoon, I tell you what, throw it all out the window because it doesn't make a difference at this point in time. So it is all completely gone.
Yeah, Brian, kind of had the same thought there. We had really cold temperatures at qualifying yesterday in the afternoon, a little bit warmer and everything, very hot out. Today, though, we slashed temperature in half. As you saw, it's about 45 degrees out. So whatever you learned yesterday, just throw it out the window. It's a whole new day today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So much colder. There is wind here. And, yesterday we got towards the end of the day close to 85 degrees outside, and we're now about 40 degrees below that. And the wind, you can see some of the trees blowing around here on the front straight. For our first group, which are primarily closed wheel cars, although we have some smaller, lighter production cars as well, probably not going to make much of a difference, but our open wheel racers absolutely will be a challenge for them. So let's do this. Let's take a look at Summit Point Raceway. For those of you who may not have joined us here before, 10 turns, 2 miles, opened up right around late 1969, early 1970, and the area down at the very bottom of the course, what is known as the carousel, turns 6 and 7, was not part of the original configuration, added just a short time afterwards, however. And it really creates a course with some great flow, Brian, that challenges you in many different ways, whether it be, it's great for cars that have very good speed and can dig out of corners. It also, for tight, small handling cars, a very big challenge as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We did talk about this yesterday a little bit. It is about drive off. You've got to have drive off, especially in certain parts of this racetrack, especially coming out of turn 1, especially coming out of turn 5, getting into turn number 6, because that's really where the longest straightaway here starts, where you want to be on the throttle as much as you can. Throttle modulation in that part of the track really is very, very important. That's going to set you up for the entire lap that you have. Today, it's all about keeping everything you have underneath you. It has to stay underneath you, and you have to stay on the racetrack. Because if you go off the racetrack here today with this wet grass, you're just going to continue to keep going. You're going to pick up more speed than you would if you were on the asphalt.
And you'll notice there's not a lot of standing water on the track at this point, big puddles or anything. It started raining here again. It rained overnight, picked up again about 40 minutes ago. Yeah. And so these are very difficult conditions for racers. You definitely want to be on wet weather tires at this point, but it's not where they're going to be able to evacuate a lot of water either, because there's not a lot of standing water here. It's going to make things difficult for them. So let's give you before we have our first race of the day, head onto the track for their pace lap, give you a quick rundown of what we're going to have here as far as schedule. We've got 6 races lined up for you here today. We're going to have our first 3 races before lunch, going to have our remaining 3 after lunch, and as it stands, the majority of our races, they're scheduled for either 25 laps or 50 minutes, whichever comes first. There's one exception, and that exception being our second race of the day, is actually scheduled to be a little bit shorter lap-wise, 21 laps or 50 minutes, and that is for our small open-wheel racers. And that was after consultation between the drivers and the race directors, that there was a question as to whether or not some of those smaller cars could actually make it 25 laps on a tank of fuel. Yeah. So that race was shortened just a little bit to ensure that everybody makes it to the checkered flag.
Yeah, it would have been really, really close. Smart to get everybody together to say, hey, look, maybe maybe we cut it back by a couple of laps.
All right, well, let's take a look here as our field now is heading onto the track for our very first race of the day. This is small bore. It's E production, F production, H production, B-Spec, Super Touring Light, as well as Touring 4, and we'll run down the starting order. And as far as I see already, we've got some changes. Our pole sitter scheduled for today was Nick Leveroni out of Mendon, Massachusetts, in his flat-out Mazda Miata, our sole STL racer. He apparently, from the looks of it, not on the grid because that Lotus Super 7, driven by Craig Kima, doesn't look anything like a Miata. Craig's out of Akron, Ohio, and he's your F production pole sitter, now going to be starting on the pole. Then we've got Graham Fuller. Graham is in the light blue Toyota TRD Goodyear Toyota Tercel. He's from right here in Summit Point, West Virginia. He is a former GT Light national champion. Owen Sheffer will start third. He's in the number 18 Touring 4 RP Performance Mazda RX-8. He's out of Warrenton, Virginia. Then Matt Brannon, our pole sitter in H production, took the win yesterday in the class, driving the number 22 Midwest Bayless Italian Fiat X19. Then we got Mike Kelly, a former Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series H production champion, as well as a track record holder here at Summit Point. Had some issues yesterday. He's gotten those fixed. He starts right alongside Brannon in the number 86 European Imports Volkswagen Golf. Then we got Braden Connolly in another Midwest Bayless Italian Fiat X19 he's from Columbus, Ohio, driving the number 12 machine. Rick Benazik in the number 1 H production Honda Civic, the All-Star sheet metal machine, comes to us from Farmingdale, New York. Then we got Olivier Lucier driving the number 33 Touring 4 Porsche Boxster. David Colby in the number 142 F production, like father, like son racing Honda CRX SI is next, with Tom Broering driving the number 5 Blue Crab Racing Toyota Yaris. That's an H production machine from Durwood, Maryland. Brian Price is your B-Spec pole sitter. He's driving the number 36 RP Performance Rat Sport Mazda 2. He's from Strasburg, Virginia. Then Rich Roman, 2-time national champion in the class, driving the number 11 Rat Sport RP Performance Mini Cooper. Robert Ahern in the number 98 Mazda 2 then is next. Then we've got Bill Saltenberger, who did not make yesterday's race. We'll see if he comes out in the Salt Racing Mazda 2. He's from Leesburg, Virginia. And finally, Alexa Frumosa in the Touring 4 Mazda MX-5 as the green flag is in the air and we are underway here at Summit Point Raceway, as we've got the machine of Graham Fuller, the number 2 F production car, getting a great jump on the Lotus Super 7, and with about 4 car lengths now as they come down into turn 1, the H production Volkswagen Golf of Mike Kelly coming down to the inside on Craig Kima and getting around Matt Brannon there at turn 1 to take the lead. Mike Kelly's had issues with the fuel injectors most of the weekend here. Retired early from both qualifying sessions yesterday, did not race in yesterday's sprint race, but a great start for the number 86 car, Brian.
I'll tell you what, great jump. And as soon as that green flag came out, they were all over the front stretch. It was like 3, 4, 5 wide when they got down into turn 1. Everybody able to get through turn 1, 2, and turn 3. We see now they're coming down the chute out of turn 4. This is where the critical point is going to be. If you carry too much speed in there, it's going to be hard to slow that car down, no matter which car you're in this group right here. So you've got to take it easy, at least for the first couple of laps. We've only had 2 cars that went out earlier this morning for a couple warm-up laps, as now Mike Kelly has gotten around Graham Fuller in that number 2 machine. So again, Mike Kelly really dialed in right now, and he's got a lot of ring race experience out here in this track.
Yeah, indeed he does. And again, he's your track record holder in the dry at Summit Point. We don't keep track records for wet weather races, but Mike Kelly, fastest lap time that he has turned here previously in that very same H production car. He did it at this event just a year ago. Was a 125.591 to put things in perspective. He's 15 seconds off of that in the wet. Not a big surprise, as Kima now has Owen Sheffer and his Mazda RX-8 trying to go right around the outside here on the front straight. As they cross the line there, it's Kelly, it's Fuller, Then it is Matt Brannon, Owen Sheffer now, and Craig Kima dropping even further back in the field. We've got the second X19, the Midwest Bayless car, Braden Connolly, and Rick Benazik now locked nose to tails. They come through turn one, and that is, at the moment, the battle for the last step on the H Production podium here early on. Again, this race scheduled for 25 laps or 50 minutes, whichever comes first. And I'm starting to think, Brian, that our drivers in the open top cars, whether they be the X19s, big wiggle there from Braden Connolly coming through turn three. I mean, this is just are not conditions they are enjoying, and Craig Kima drops even further back now, falling behind the Honda Civic of Rick Benazik. This is very good conditions for a closed-top car and a front-wheel drive car.
Well, I was going to exactly say that's the best conditions for a front-wheel drive car right now. But Greg Kima, I tell you what, when he came off of turn 10, he had a plethora of cars all around, and you know what was really weird? They were all closed-top cars, so they could see, he could not. So he pulled over to driver's right and said, you know what, you guys go by, I'll live to fight another day here and keep going. The battle that I'm really watching here is I'm watching in the B-Spec.
Okay.
So Brian Price making some pretty good evasive moves to try to get around some of these cars to extend that lead over Rich Roman a little bit. Last time by, Rich was ahead of him. We'll have to see whether or not he is. Now they're coming out of turn number 10 now down the front stretch. There's Brian Price going by, and then Rich Roman right behind him.
Yeah, the black Mazda 2 and then the bronze-colored Mini Coupe. Price in the black Mazda 2, and then Roman in the coupe. Now, Roman coming down the inside, going to try to outbrake the Mazda going into turn one, try to hold that car to the outside. And there's a little bit more grip, Brian, down the center of the track in that braking zone, as it's not used as much in the dry weather. And Rich Roman able to use that to his advantage now and retakes the lead.
Yeah. Like I said, Brian Price was going through some pretty evasive actions right there, was able to get back in front of Roman, but now you can see Roman, as you just mentioned, Greg, going down the center of the racetrack, going down in turn number one to be able to make that move and get by him. Rich was really, really trying to stay close to him, going through all that traffic the last time by when they came out of turn 10. Wasn't able to do it, but now that they've cleared all that, able to move around.
Yeah, and you can see there the different approach even coming down into turn 5, where Rich Roman uses the as far to the outside as possible, where cars very rarely drive down to turn 5. There's a lot of grip out there, whereas Price taking a more traditional front-wheel drive line through turn 5, and maybe the track polished down a little bit more there. So Roman, two-time national champion in B-Spec, taking the championship in 2023 and 24. Brian Price, he was your 2014 Pirelli World Challenge TCB champion, TCB being the pro version of B-Spec back in those days. And so both drivers with a lot of experience now here, as we have right at the front of the field going and putting those B-Spec cars a lap down. Both Matt Brannon and Graham Fuller going past our B-Spec leaders. Mike Kelly had already put them a lap down.
No, they're not a lap down, Greg. They're on the same lap. They have not been moved to a lap. Mike Kelly just now is coming up through like turn 5 and 6. Yeah. They're all still together.
Brian, I know they're on the same lap. What I'm saying is they have now put the B-Spec racers a lap down. Oh, yeah. You know what? Sorry about that, Brian. Absolutely.
They're all on the same.
Yeah, you're right.
It's raining out there. The
B-Spec, yeah, sorry about that. The B-Spec racers are actually lapping about 4 seconds faster.
Yes, they are.
Then Graham got it. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that.
Graham Fuller's really having to tiptoe through the corners here and do it. So, yeah, no, they are 100% all on that lap 3 right now. They're doing really, really well. They're in that 141 range, 142. Graham Fuller last time by 147. So Graham, you can see here, he's really dropped back even further.
Yeah,
Graham,
you're right.
And you know what, Greg? One of the things I've noticed, and I'm not sure if this could be the cause of it, but Graham, I am not seeing his windshield wiper working right now. And so it's stuck over on the other side, and I don't think he can see. Because he did have a windshield wiper earlier on. As our camera there.
Our camera's kind of in the same position right now.
The windshield wiper's just not working on that camera right now. So I think that is part of what Graham is having an issue with, is that I do believe, and I'll look as he comes back by through here. Yeah, his windshield, as a matter of fact,
it's bent.
It's Brent.
Yeah, it's bent.
It's broken.
Yeah.
So that is part of his problem. Somebody
and Brian, we've just had a driver. We've just had a driver, and I believe that was actually Rich Roman just spin off on the access road that goes back to the skid pad behind our cameras right now.
Yep.
Rich Roman is behind the camera that we're looking at right now, the turn one camera, and he is going to rejoin the action. But that has effectively gifted a lead in B-Spec now to Brian Price, and next in line in B-Spec. Who would be the next in line in B-Spec?
Rich did not lose a position. He's still going to be in second. Rob Ahern is still just now coming through turn 1 and 2. And I think that was a product of Rich Roman getting into that puddle that's starting to form on driver's left. When he went to go make that turn, realized he was not going to make it. And again, here's where the experience comes in of knowing this racetrack around, was able to go through that, come around the skin pad and do it. So with him spinning like that, Greg, he knew to go off and then come back on from around that turn 1 camera.
All right, so now there's Brian Price, who is, again, not a lap down. Again, my apologies here as he gets around Matt Brannon, as we've got Alexa Frumosa in her Touring 4 Mazda MX-5. She's out of Rochester, New York, off into the grass, driver's right, and I think just past our ticker. We'll see if she continues. We saw Alexa out.
She did the same thing there.
In the warm-up session this morning, and we think it's likely her first time in the wet here at Summit Point.
Yeah.
And she had some challenges at that very same corner. And that corner, Brian, turn 8 as you come up the hill, there's a crown in the middle of the pavement there to basically get rid of water, to evacuate the water. And a lot of times what will end up happening is if you end up making a shift right around the center of the track there,
correct.
When
Absolutely.
you reconnect the drive line, it'll just walk around on you. And it looks like that's what happened to her.
Yeah, we look out at the cameras, you can see this is the heaviest rain we've had here so far already this morning. Again, as Greg mentioned earlier, we did have some rain that came in middle of the night last night, kind of all the way through here pretty much this morning. This is the hardest that it's been all day.
The track was actually drying out when we came in this morning at about 7:30, and it's amazing what an hour and a bunch of rain will do for you. We do, and this is probably the last storm system that we were expecting to see today, Brian, right? So
I was just saying, it should be out of here by 11 o'clock, and then the sun will come out, so the afternoon sessions should be pretty good. I don't think with the cold temperatures, this track's really going to dry out all that much. No. So everybody's going to be kind of battling the same conditions, but this is the worst that we've seen it kind of all morning long. As you see Rich Roman trying to battle back to try to get around Eric Benazik. That's not a battle in class, but Rich trying to really do everything he can to reel in Brian Price, who is actually in third overall right now and leading that B-Spec. And
as Roman now coming into turn 10, and Frumosa now bringing her car down the pit lane. Looks like either she's going to call it an early day, or maybe wants some of her crew, maybe the Berg Racing folks, John Weisberg, to take a look at that car and see if it's in good shape to go back out. It looks like we've got some one of the crew members jumping over the wall to take a look. All right, heading down now into turn 1, Graham Fuller. Windshield less there, or windshield wiper less.
It's like you almost want to reach out that window and
shove it back
forward, but when you're sitting back in that seat, you don't have any time to do that.
Well, not only time, but he'd have to probably unbuckle himself to do it. That you definitely can't do. All right, so Graham Fuller now in his in his F production now Toyota Tercel, currently sitting 4th. Owen Scheffer in the black Touring 4 Mazda RX-8, and Owen's had a pretty good run. Again, in a real drive car. I think advantage for that Mazda RX-8, Brian, like most rotaries, not a ton of torque. So it might be, from a rear-wheel drive perspective, one of the best chassis for a wet weather race like this. That being said, he's getting bum rushed by a couple of front-wheel drive cars as both Rick Benazik in his H Production Honda Civic and Rich Roman in the B-Spec Mini Coupe both get Scheffer, going down through the carousel.
You know, one of the things with Graham Fuller having a 26-second lead, and again, this camera's really getting wet. Graham Fuller having that 26-second lead over David Colby in that 140 in that Honda Civic. It's almost to the point where you want to stay out there as long as you can. If by this chance you get a large lead, you probably could come down pit road, have somebody slap that thing back on, and then go back out and still be out in front of Colby. But it's very hard because I think Graham is here by himself.
Yes.
So I don't believe there's anybody down on pit road that would be able to come in and help him do that. So Formosa back out on the racetrack. So.
All right. So she has now rejoined, and it looks like John Weisberg and the folks from Berg Racing getting her back underway. And so she rejoins a full lap down. Again, drivers not taking the green today. Nick Leveroni, who was your STL and overall pole sitter today. He took the win in STL yesterday. Tom Broering, driver of the H Production Toyota Yaris, not taking the green. And as we expected, Bill Saltenberger in his B-Spec Mazda 2. Did not race yesterday, did not race today.
Graham trying to do everything he can to hold off Owen Scheffer in that number 18 machine.
And Brian just got word that Graham Fuller does have crew here this weekend.
Good. Okay, good.
Unfortunately, the folks on the grid shack don't see him on the pit lane, so we're not going to help Graham all that much.
No, that's not going to be. Like I said, if again, last time by was up to 28 seconds. Really loose coming out of there.
Yeah.
Trying to get down on that power.
Well, and that was right at that crown in the road.
Exactly.
As he came across the crown there, big wiggle from the rear, and Owen Scheffer had a bunch of Tercel right by his fender there.
He saw the T in Tercel really well.
Exactly. Almost. If he wasn't right alongside him, he would have seen the number in the door. As they are now side by side coming down into turn number 1. Scheffer in a much better position here to the inside. Again, in that center of the track, there is a lot more grip. You just saw where Graham Fuller had to go through a pretty large puddle under braking there, driver's left, where and that's the area where, of course, in the dry, everybody is heavy and hard on the brakes, and the track has been polished down there quite a bit. The reason why you have the puddling there is the water can't seep into the pavement like it can anywhere else.
Yep. And drivers are staying just to the right of that. So anywhere to the right of where that puddle is, that's the optimal line to get into turn 1 today, right now, because that is a big puddle. If you go in and you hit that center of that puddle, you're not going to have very much grip, and you're going to have to really, really slow down. The minute I say that, Mike Kelly goes down there and hits that puddle and just drove right through it in that Volkswagen. Again, Mike's setting pretty good times there. He's almost 2 seconds faster than kind of second and third in that B-Spec. But Eric Benazik as well, another one of those, that Honda Civic here, right around that 140 mark. So again, setting some pretty good times between those two drivers. They're pretty equal right now. Just Eric's got about 48 seconds back behind Mike.
Yeah, and again, those H production cars, again, advantageous in that they've got a little bit north of 100 horsepower, actually quite a bit more than 100 horsepower, but not a ton of torque, small, low displacement motors, so they don't have to worry about at least spinning tires that much on acceleration and digging out of corners. And Matt Brannon in the H Production Midwest Bayless Fiat X19, having that mid-engine, very well-balanced car, I think that's as close, and there he is, as good as you're going to find in a rear-wheel drive chassis in H Production here today, even though it is an open-top car. And, again, he's had the advantage over Rick Benazik in the Honda Civic here today. But Mike Kelly in that Volkswagen Golf, I think probably the best of both worlds. He's got a little bit more torque with a much larger motor. I think the Volkswagen has a 1.8 liter motor quite a bit more displacement than the Honda Civic, for example, which is a 1.5 liter, and the Fiat X19 I think is also in that range, 1.5 as well.
Trust me, that's not the fog setting in down there. That is the camera that is getting wet here. It's like all of a sudden it changed. Tell you what I'm really looking at here, gentlemen, is really going to be the battle for second in H production.
Sure.
Barring any. So last couple laps, Eric Benazik was anywhere between 3.5 to 4 seconds faster than Matt Brandon and that 22 machine. So he is starting to reel him in. Last time, I think it was like 20-some seconds or 40-some seconds. It's back up to that 50 seconds. But again, Eric is reeling Matt Brandon in ever so slightly. Lap after lap, and with 15 laps to go here, Craig.
A lot of time.
It is a lot of time that can happen.
Yeah, 15 laps or another 30 minutes on the clock here. And, Benazik now clocking in only about 0.3 of a second per lap off of what our leader Mike Kelly is doing. And, as you said, he is now finding lots and lots of time. Look, racing in the wet, it's experimentation. Every lap is basically different. And Benazik, as well as Mike Kelly, now getting into a groove here that they are finding where there is grip. The track isn't getting much worse than what they have already.
Tell you what, if we can, Spencer, let's pick up Mike Kelly going down into turn 1 here. He's going to be the third car in line. And you're going to see that this car really, he's getting ready to come up on David Colby, and that is the 9th place car overall in this race. And you can see where Mike Kelly goes into that line and be able to hold it all the way through. Get a little bit loose there, getting back on that throttle. But Mike Kelly is running kind of the dry line here in that Gulf, which I didn't think that I would see, but it's definitely got the handling. Now, a little bit off there going in where he normally does run, but he gets back in the line as he comes up into turn number 3 up there. So really running a pretty strong line.
Yeah, and what's allowing him to do that is it looks like the front end of that car is set up pretty soft, and he's getting a lot of grip from the nose going into turn 1 and a lot of these corners with that dry line. And in doing so, though, as you would normally set up most Volkswagens, there used to be stories like the original A1 Golfs where drivers would weld together multiple sway bars in order to be able to get the rear of the car to rotate. And Mike's got the rear end of that car stepping out nicely that he doesn't have to worry about the typical front end push from a front wheel drive car. As it looks like Alexa Frumosa has decided once again to bring her car down the pit lane. This may be, and she's got, again, the crew taking a look at the car. This may be where she then takes the car back behind the wall. I haven't seen the windshield wipers working on that car either, and that might have something to do with it, Brian.
Well, we were just talking about Mike Kelly's windshield wipers, and Mike Kelly and his windshield wipers, they're working just fine. Especially when he's coming by, getting ready to put up a lap on Braden Connolly. But it's just fascinating to watch him go down into turn 1 right there and take that line in that dry line that you would normally see when this track is dry. So. Gets by Braden Connolly right there, again, lapping up to 8th. The next car that he's going to come up on at some point will be Grant Fuller, although Graham's running pretty good lap times as well.
We got a bunch of folks that we know, Brian, in the chat. We've got another noted H Production driver and part of the H Production National Championship. We got Jason Stein in the chat, of course, talking about how wonderfully I count. And Jason, that's because one of my fingers is missing. That's why I go 1, 2, 4. And also, we've got Lynn Toland, member of the board of directors here at the Washington, D.C. region, as well as Travis Trussell and a couple other folks. Oh, we've got Bill Stevens, former racer, and with the fine folks at Racekeeper Travinci, talking about there are a number of H Production racers in this group running Racekeeper units, and I know they've got a new streaming. They have a new streaming device, and hopefully they'll be able to make it amenable to broadcasting here in the future. I know I've tried to work with Bill multiple times on doing that, so hopefully you'll see that soon. As we now come 3 wide down into turn 5, and look at that move. That was Rick Benazik taking over second position in H production from Matt Brannon. Had to do it as they were 3 wide as we had the B-Spec car of Robert Ahern all the way to the outside. But great move there by Benazik to push that car underneath. And right behind him there, Rich Roman, I think, following through as well, as Roman now gets around Matt Brannon. Again, that is not a battle in class, but Roman having to concern himself, I think, with Ahern, or Ahern's a lap down.
Yeah, he's a lap down now at this point. Yeah, Rich ran him back down. Never really lost when he went off, but able to run Rob down. But, you know, I talked about that with Benazik and the 22 there, Matt Brannon, that Benazik was really moving with 4.5, 5 seconds a lap, Greg, and that actually only took 2.5 laps after that, bringing that up. Then he is now gone and moved into second in H production.
All right, so let's go and we'll break things down here by class for you. As Alexa Frumosa coming right over the crest of the hill. She now has rejoined the action in Touring 4. Owen Sheffer is your Touring 4 leader, but he's got 2 laps on Olivier Lucier and another now 5 laps on Alexa Frumosa. So he's got some time to give if he needs, about 4 minutes, somewhere along those lines.
4.5 maybe.
Yeah, he could pull in for a little while.
Yep.
Over in H production, Mike Kelly, who is currently leading the entire field, just completes his 14th lap, now working 15 out of 25. He is your leader in the class. Rick Benazik second, Matt Brannon third, Braden Connolly fourth. Over in F production, Graham Fuller is your leader, David Colby second, and Craig Kima running in third. And in B-Spec, Brian Price now with 12 seconds on Rich Roman. But Roman now lapping a little bit quicker than Price, about a half a second faster than Brian Price. He may have time to make up some time there, but 12, 13 seconds is a lot. Robert Ahern is next. And just as we say that, Brian Price clocks in about 7/10 off of what Rich Roman is running. And some of that, Brian, as they kind of fluctuate up and down, may have to do with the amount of traffic they encounter. And so that time around, Rich Roman actually once was about 0.8 of a second off of what Brian Price just ran.
Yeah.
So he picked up 1 lap, he lost it the next.
Yeah, tires are starting to really get heated up here now, right? So, you know, again, there is plenty enough water out there. We got a standing yellow over there in turn number 8. We'll figure out who that. Yep, that is again.
Yeah, that's Alexa Frumosa. As her issues over at that corner continue, and it sounds like that car may be stuck out there. We'll see if she can get it back underway here, and if we do, we'll certainly let you know. As we now have 10 laps remaining, Brian. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. Please head to the grid. Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. This is your first call to the grid.
Yeah, as we get to the second half of this race here, you can see Mike Kelly now going by Graham Fuller. That's 7th overall and your F production leader right there. So again, Mike Kelly really running some pretty decent lines down into the 138, kind of time frame right now. So again, we talked about it, and you can see there is 2 things moving there. That's Rob Ahern, and I believe that is going to be Greg Kima in that open wheel car. Poor Craig's going to get soaking wet by the time he, along with Connolly and Matt Brannon as well. So again, both of these all these open top cars.
All right, Brian, it looks like Alexa Frumosa has managed to get her car through the wet grass and back onto the shiny stuff, onto the track, as she now continues. This has been a great learning experience, I would say, for Alexa. Welcome to Summit Point.
In the rain.
In the rain, exactly. I say it all the time. I felt so lucky. I didn't think so at the time, but my very first year racing here, almost every single test day that I ran before a regional race or before a majors race, it was raining.
Yeah.
And I picked up, I think, not an entire career, but an entire season's worth of wet weather experience here at Summit Point, to the point where my very last race of the year, finally, it was pouring down rain for actual race day, and it helped me out immensely.
Tell you what, the big raindrop just hit our camera, and it really
Cleared everything
up.
Yeah.
There you go. So that camera's coming back. Now we just need a big raindrop to land over there at turn 10.
Yeah.
So we can see. Yeah, and look, I guarantee you, Craig Kima's not going to have to worry about weight, because as much water is probably going to be sitting there on his suit, or any of Matt Brannon or Braden Connolly in those open wheel cars. They're not going to have to worry about it. It is soaked. If you've ever raced in the rain, where an open top car, or even where you have nothing around you in the rain, you are soaking wet. So it becomes a little bit difficult through here.
Well, those small open wheel guys that didn't think they could do more than 21 laps, they might be able to do maybe 30.
Well, I don't know about that. They're still at fuel issue.
That is true. I said, well, maybe we could go in to get their race extended just a little bit here, as Frumosa now, and I think she may have found the way through turn 8, and it's just stay all the way to the outside there. There's a lot of grip there, and as Graham Fuller does come underneath the number 15 machine, as Frumosa working her 10th lap.
As you see, here comes Mike Kelly, and again down into turn number 1. I tell you what, though, he's kind of moved a little bit to the center of the track. I think that, I think he's starting to feel that car, again, as you start to burn off, that whole the fuel, that whole handling thing just goes away, even in the dry, right? So, now you've got to alter a little bit to get through there. Come through. So, again, another good run. Going to come up here, up over the hill. Looks like he's going to put another lap on Craig Kima in that Lotus Super 7, that 05 machine.
All right, as we check back in H production, and that is I believe that was the 22 of Brannon, who is now running second or probably running third in class, and Rick Benazik now has opened up almost 6 seconds on Brannon's X19. And again, I think a lot of that has to do with the advantages of the front wheel drive. Yep,
we've got over there in turn number 3, we've got David Colby. Got on the brakes a little bit too hard. You can see me just now coming back onto the racetrack. Ended up going really, really wide there.
And I was going to say that, as he was working his way up, and I think that was Braden Connolly just ahead of him, he had closed things up on Braden Connolly by quite a bit in the battle for 4th in H production, and obviously came in a little bit hot into turn 3. Luckily at turn 3, again, if you straighten up the wheel, the track kind of comes back to you.
It comes back to you, yeah.
So it's usually not that big a deal, but it might be. And I think as we are continuing to see some rain come down and the track getting more damp, where those front-wheel drive racers, they need to open up that corner a little bit more, maybe not necessarily go to the apex curbing. And I would always use almost like a rim shot around the outside of turn 3. Tons and tons of grip out there in the damp.
Yeah. Well, we've seen tons and tons of grip even in the dry coming at it, coming down into turn 3 the last couple of years. So, again, it could be where now if you really take that far outside, maybe that's not the line anymore in the wet, because everybody else has figured out that during the dry, you can get a good run off that corner and really help you propel from a speed component. So.
All right, we just saw a pass. That was Rick Benazik putting the number 12 car of Braden Connolly down a lap there. So Benazik, who is running second in H production to Mike Kelly, lapping up as high as 8th position in the field out of the 13 cars that we had start here today. All right, so we've got 7 laps remaining. So let's make another call, Brian, to the Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 2. That's F V, Formula F, and Formula 600, please head to the grid. Formula V, Formula F, Formula 600, please head to the grid. So, Brian, as I was making that announcement, we just heard a call come over the air about Brian Price, our B-Spec leader, who just went through the frame going into to turn 8 now. Sounds like he had his moment. And what did you hear? What corner that was? Was that?
I didn't hear the corner.
I think it was at 5.
Yeah, it may have been. It just kind of went 4 off and right back on. But again, 18-second lead technically over Rich Roman. Roman trying to reel him in. So you again, this is the time we talked about it yesterday with these two drivers. Brian Price isn't going to make a mistake. Well, he made that mistake here in the wet. That's totally different than not making that mistake in the dry. So
right. And so, again, he was able to recover, and now if we the advantage in B-Spec for Brian Price about 14 seconds, or 13 to 14 seconds now, separating Price and Roman. As Rich Roman now,
sideways,
as he catches it, and that's the advantage of front-wheel drive. You dial in a little bit of opposite lock, you mat the throttle, you put the front throttle all the way to the floor, let the front end pull you out of a spin like that. And again, 2-time national champion in the class, driving instructor here at Summit Point Raceway, and Rich Roman goes on to live another corner.
I tell you what, I think some of the these wet rain tires, I think they're starting to, again, certain parts of this racetrack, even though it is raining, are starting to dry up just a little bit. When I say dry up, I don't mean like fully drying up, Greg. What I'm talking about is they're getting the heat into the racetrack because everybody's running that same line. These tires are starting to burn up a little bit, and I think as we get down to the end here, these last 5 laps, this is where you're going to see it's going to be a handle on these cars.
All right, a couple more folks joining us in the chat, and want to thank you all. We've got Miranda Price, that's Brian's daughter, another racer, and hopefully we'll see her out on track again here soon at a regional race. She races in one of the local Spec Miata classes. Also, Madman Motorsport says hi to you and me, Brian, and wishes they were out here racing. It's Madman's kind of weather.
That's it. 2 good weathers. Weather for that person, for Madman Motorsports, and for a duck. That's about it.
And we've got Downforce 9 that says it's Quattro, Subaru, and Subaru weather. I think you're Downforce. I think you're going to have to wait around until race group number 5 this afternoon when we see if that comes true, because we know that there is at least one Quattro that will be racing. We may have a Subaru as well. As we now have 4 laps remaining, or 15 minutes, whichever comes first. This one should, barring anything out of the ordinary, should end on laps. And it is Mike Kelly, your overall leader, and he's got the lead, of course, in H production. Rick Benazik, second in class. Matt Brannon in third. In Touring 4, it's Owen Sheffer with Olivier Lucier and Alexa Frumosa. Sheffer with 3 laps now on the Porsche Boxster of Lucier. Now over in F production, Graham Fuller is your leader with David Colby and Craig Kima. And in B-Spec, your leader by 14 seconds now over Rich Roman is Brian Price with Robert Ahern in third.
Yeah, pretty much all spread out here towards the end of this race, which is what I anticipated. You get a couple passes. You got Eric Benazik now coming up out of turn number 10, putting a pass on that 33 machine, going down the front stretch, but everybody else pretty much, spread out, across this racetrack, which, again, in a day like today, that's actually not a bad thing this morning.
No, you have a better chance, especially for the drivers that don't have functioning windshield wipers, like Graham Fuller.
He hasn't had a functioning windshield wiper since probably like lap 3.
Yeah, but you can see that is definitely advantageous if you want to see what's ahead of you. Now, some people, and Graham's got now almost, I think, over 15 years of Summit Point racing experience. I would suspect that he could probably drive, maybe not with his eyes closed, but as we're seeing, certainly not at his normal pace, but he's managing to get by with very limited visibility.
He doesn't have the blue cruise on, like
Right.
you see in a Ford. He's not pushing a button and just sitting back going hands free. But
Well, he had his opportunities over on the adjoining Jefferson circuit yesterday. We had some folks testing a Cadillac electric vehicle during the day, and I'm sure that probably did have Blue Cruise. So, actually, Blue Cruise is the Ford.
Blue Cruise is the
product.
Ford, yeah.
So all right, so maybe it wasn't on the Cadillac, but had a chance to raid that system and maybe put it in his Tercel.
yeah, I'm sure he's going to get out of that car and just be like, I can't see anything technically, right?
As long as he can see the trailer.
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm wondering if it's completely just not working now, because now it looks like it's bent back, or it's completely gone and all that thing there is just the arm. So it very well could be just broken now, came off the actual rubber piece.
And we've got Brett DePedro in the chat, says crazy weather, but that's Summit Point. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've had a bit of a drought in this area here over the last couple of weeks. And seemingly, O'Brien, it's every time that you and I are here at Summit when it starts raining.
Well, I wanted the pollen off my car, so it was kind of a good time.
You and me both.
Tired of getting in the truck and not being able to see for a couple of minutes because of the pollen. So it's time, we needed it. It's just unfortunate that it had to happen today. But, look, if you've never raced out here in the rain, or if you've just never raced in the rain, it's not a bad thing. You really do have to learn if you're going to be a racer to do that, because you never know what to expect at every single racetrack you go to during, the spring and or the summer, especially around here, right?
All right, so the next time we see Mike Kelly come onto the front straight in his H Production Volkswagen Golf, he will get the 1-to-go signal here as again, some of these racers have been probably waiting, I don't know, for probably 15 laps for that one to go. There's Kelly now heading down into the bottom half of the course as he now puts David Colby another lap down.
I guarantee you every driver out here that's racing right now is having fun doing this, because if it's something, like I said, if you've never done it, this is why. Even Alexa Formosa, I guarantee you having a blast doing this.
Her heart rate is probably around 30 beats higher than it would normally be in the dry.
Yeah. And so here coming through turn 8, Mike Kelly's going to come up on the back of her, and I believe that's Braden Connolly as well. Kelly trying to figure out what's the best line to go through. And again, for her, that's the best thing to do, is to stay consistent, stay predictable, stay on the line that you're going to run, and they'll work their way around.
And I think that was the best thing. Mike Kelly tucked in behind the H-Prod car and just decided to follow it through. And that way, Formosa doesn't have piled onto her any more challenges than she's already having, as we are now working the last lap here for our first of 6 races today. We got 5 more remaining. We're going to have 2 more this morning before we take a break for lunch, and then we'll have 3 in the afternoon. Mike Kelly, your leader overall and in H Production. Rick Benazik in his Honda Civic, 2nd in class. Matt Brannon, 3rd. Braden Connolly, 4th. In Touring Fords, Owen Scheffer, Olivier Lucier, and Alexa Formosa there. And I believe that is, I'm trying to check which one of the X19s. I think that's the brand. I think that is.
I think that's Connolly, because Mike was just past it. That's when they went by the Formosa.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, Matt Brannon's car, the 22 car, is a little bit darker color.
Yes.
It's not black, but it is definitely a darker color than what we have there. There it is, right there.
That's Brannon there. Yep. Tell you what, when we go take our pace laps, I was just looking in the chat. You're right, Taylor. You're going to need some floaties and probably a bathing suit when you get into the right side of Mike's car there. Snorkel, everything.
I was going to say, well, definitely the snorkel. You want to be able to get breaths in. There as Mike Kelly now comes up the hill and underneath the bridge for the very last time. Great start for him, and he has just been the class of the field. Again, he's your H Production track record holder here at Summit, and I think he is your H Production Rainmeister at Summit Point, taking the checkered flag and the win in H production, Mike Kelly from Fayetteville, Pennsylvania. And Taylor Hyatt, his fiance, I guess, getting the wardrobe ready for the victory lap in the wet. Yeah, there we go. Coming across the line, finishing second in H production is going to be Rick Benazik, with Matt Brannon finishing in third in the class. Brian Price will take the win in B-Spec, with Rich Roman finishing behind in second, and then finishing third, and just now crossing the line, that's Robert Ahern Jr. Alexa Formosa comes across the line, so we could talk about Touring 4, where Owen Sheffer takes the win, finishes sixth overall. Olivier Lucier will finish second in class, and Alexa Formosa will finish in third. And big difference there. We talked about our B-Spec winner, Brian Price. Rick Benazik actually got him around him on the very last lap. So Benazik finishes second overall. Brian Price finishing third overall. Price there, again, your winner in B-Spec, Rich Roman, coming across the line, finishing second in class. And is there anybody that I forgot? I think
Graham Fuller was the last car to cross the start-finish line.
Yeah, there you go. So Graham Fuller takes the win in F production, with David Colby finishing second and Craig Kima finishing in third. We didn't track this, but Kima retired after 15 laps. So he finishes 10 laps down.
That's because he was soaking wet.
I don't blame him.
Starting to have a pool. And
he got his finish. He got his third place points. And then got the heck out of Dodge. Yep. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group that's going to get soaked. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2. That's Formula V, Formula F, and Formula 600. This is your final call to the grid. Race group number 2. This is your final call to the grid. All right, so Brian, why don't we take a quick break? We'll let Spencer dry out a little bit over here, because he's been, his heart rate went up as well, and he needs to dry out a little bit as well. We're going to take that break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Summit Point. Stay with us.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas, and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
It is the 2026 SCCA U.S. Majors Tour here at Summit Point Raceway, the very first Majors event in the Northeast Division. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati and David Lance, and of course, Spencer Gaynor here, making us all look or maybe sound good or something like that.
I think look good too.
All right, next up, Brian, is our first of two open wheel races today. This is for Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 600. We had 11 drivers qualify over the past day. Let's take a look at the starting order. scheduled to start on pole, driving the Steel sponsored Piper from Strasburg, Virginia. It's Tom Schweitz. Mark Walthu in his Maisie Racing Ray GR17, representing the Old Dominion region, scheduled to start on the outside of the front row. Joe Parsons in his IAM Advisory Spectrum 014, representing the Northeast Pennsylvania region, will start third. Dino Ludico from the South Jersey region, driving the Speed Circuit Formula 600, will start fourth. Then we've got our Formula V field. Pole sitter in Formula V, driving the number 77 VDF out of Bridgeville, Pennsylvania. It's Rick Shields. Dave Scaler in his Vortec Advantage Motorsports machine hails from Asbury, New Jersey. He's going to start in sixth. Starting seventh, Jeffrey Vallejo out of Brooklyn, New York. He's in the AutoWorks Advantage Motorsports Mysterian. And then we've got Alex Smith driving the number 129 Advantage Motorsports Mysterian. He's from Jersey City, New Jersey, representing the Northern New Jersey region. He starts eighth. Chris Berry driving the number 07 Formula V Protoform. Another Advantage Motorsports entry, comes from Westwood, Massachusetts, and represents the New England region. He starts ninth. As we have then Robert Dietrich, also from the New England region, in the Leading Edge Racing Protoform. He's from Pine Bush, New York. He starts 10th. And then finally, rounding out the field in his Morales Quadrant Formula 600, hailing from the Western New York region in Alden, New York, it's Russell Straight. As the lights are out now on the pace car, Brian, and looks like we do have a number of racers that did not head out for the pace lap. We'll get a handle on that group here as we go green, but it looks like we've got a majority here of Formula Vs, and I think that I'm fairly certain that's Mark Walthu's Formula F, the Maisie racing machine. Mm-hmm. And then we've got, looks like Rick Shields that's on track, our Formula V pole sitter, and three more Formula Vs. We'll give you the corrected rundown here in just a moment as soon as they take the green, as the pace car now heads on to the pit lane, turning things over to Mark Walthu. And this, again, is going to be a 21-lap or 50-minute race. As the starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air as they now head down to turn one. We should expect to see Walthu, who's probably got about 60 horsepower on the Formula Vs, maybe a little bit more, go down without anybody challenging him into turn number one, as the Formula Vs now head down as well. And the V's on track. Rick Shields in the red number 77. We've got the green. Well, I thought that would have been
so the cars
Vallejo.
That were out, it is. So you've got Rick Shields, Dave Scaler, you've got Jeffrey Vallejo, and you got Robert Dietrich. So those are the four Formula V's.
All right, got it.
And again, remember, yesterday's race, you had Vallejo was battling with Alexander Smith. That was for third and fourth place yesterday. And then you had Shields and Scaler kind of 1-2. That went all the way down to the very end as well, where Scaler dropped all the way back and then came, roaring back up in there. So we'll see. But the
red, white, and blue car, that's Robert Dietrich, who did not race yesterday. Yeah. So great opportunity for him to learn how to race Summit Point in the
Well, he did race yesterday because that was his fastest time.
Oh, got it.
Was in that race. So he did, but it wasn't very many laps. So I believe that he may only completed a couple laps. But
that's right.
Yeah, that car was out there yesterday. But you talked about Mark Walthu. I tell you what, Dave Scaler,
Alex's father.
Yeah. Alex Scaler and I did it again. Dave Scaler and Rick Shields are right there with him.
Yeah, I would say they're running right along with them. And so Mark Walthu spent a number of years away from racing. He was the 1994 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series Formula Ford champion, now the class now known as Formula F, and he was just this past year the Club Ford champion. Club Ford being a regional class here in the Washington, D.C. region for the second generation Formula Ford chassis, of which the Ray GR17 that he's racing right now does not fall into. But again, he spent maybe 20 years away and out of these race cars, jumped back in last year, and has found speed. You know, I guess some things some things you just don't lose, Brian, and he's been quick here.
And Greg, I'm looking at timing and scoring. I'm wondering if Jeffrey Vallejo got out of that green 29 and put Alexander Smith in that 129, because timing and scoring is coming up with Alexander's name. So I'm wondering if they took that transponder and moved it over to that car so that Alex could get that, some additional track time here that he's going to need. So.
Yeah, and that's why we were wondering as you were going out, because the only green Formula V in the field was Vallejo, and they were running the 29 and the 129 yesterday.
Right.
So they probably moved the transponder over from the other chassis here. Yeah. So indeed, it is Shields, Smith, Scaler, and Dietrich, as you see on the timing and scoring, those 5 racers, as we now have 1 lap in the books. Or probably 2 laps in the books now as Mark Walthu, Rick Shields, and Smith come across the line.
Struggling with your laps today, aren't you?
Already.
And we've only gone technically 27 laps all day.
I know.
Wait till we get to the end.
Jason Stein's checking how many more fingers I can lose to get this right.
We're not letting him take his shoes off, is for sure.
Well, just like I said yesterday with Joelle Pence and the Mickey Mouse hands on the grid, she can't give me the middle finger because she doesn't have one.
She gave you the thumb. When we went to our open wheel warm-ups this morning, Robert Dietrich was the only one that went out. So, and again, this is literally where it is right now, was just at the track conditions that he was going.
Yeah, it just started raining.
Correct, when he came off. So before that first group. So he was able to go out and kind of get a kind of reconnaissance lap here a little bit.
Yeah.
What this track had at the time. So he has kind of run down a pretty good battle there. That's for 3rd overall in our Formula V. So Scaler, where he ran really well yesterday in the drive, dropped back just a little bit. Yeah. Back into the clutches of Robert Dietrich. So that's going to end up going probably all the way to the end there, as it looks like Rick Shields and Alex Smith have kind of separated a little bit. Again, Mark Walthu in that Formula F kind of opening up a little bit more, about a 1.5 second last time by over Rick Shields overall. But now it looks like it's going to be a little bit more than that when they come out of turn 10 and down the start-finish line.
Yeah, and as you mentioned yesterday, taking the win in Formula V was Dave Scaler. Rick Shields had led the race, Brian, from the drop of the green flag, and then with, I think it was 2 laps to go, going down into turn 1, was able to get the win. As we track the fastest drivers on track right now are our winged friends here down at the turn 1 gravel trap.
Which means it has stopped raining if they've come out.
Exactly.
They're having their own, I don't know if they're fighting, I don't know. Rubbin's racing, I guess, down there.
Sowing their oats down there in turn 1. Yeah, exactly. If they're rubbing, I don't want to know about it. But good to see them out there. Hopefully, none of our drivers will decide to join them here, at least in this session.
Jared.
That's at turn 10. All right, so it is currently Walthu, again, our sole Formula F racer. And all of these drivers now, as the track's drying out a little bit, but also as they tiptoed around for their first lap, they're starting to find where there is grip, where there isn't grip. And we expect that this track will change somewhat now as Dietrich giving Scaler a look to drivers right there going into turn number 5. Again, a little bit more grip than you would normally see in dry weather conditions, just because it's an area of the track where drivers typically don't go, and they're coming down in the dry into turn 5, usually center of track to maybe the left of the center line. Very rarely do you come down the right-hand side out of what is the fastest corner, and he's making a good move now. Turns in a little bit later than Scaler going into turn 8, and it's going to be a drag race up the hill and underneath the bridge, and Scaler able to hold off the attack with a little bit more drive up the hill, maybe a little bit more power there as they come out of the final corner and onto the front straight. But I think we're going to see Dietrich here pop to the inside. Yeah, I thought we'd see that in the draft here now making the run down to turn one. The question is, did he pop out too early? But he's in a good spot. If he just stays on the throttle here, does not move too far over to driver's left, he's going to hold off Scaler. So now move Robert Dietrich up to third in Formula V.
Yeah, convincing pass there coming out of turn 9. Got really the run kind of coming up out of turn number 8, up underneath that bridge, 8 and 9. Lost the nose there a little bit when he got back on the throttle, but was able to get that pass done. Definitely coming down the front stretch there.
Yeah, and so, I mean, what that tells me a little bit is they drag race very early, and Dietrich didn't have the benefit of the draft coming out of turn 8 going up the hill, that perhaps the Scaler machine, a little bit more straight line speed, but obviously with the draft, and a big wiggle under braking from Robert Dietrich. He gets the car gathered back up, but that little snap there is he had a little bit of rear wheel brake lockup, almost costs him a position. And I know at this point, as we've talked, and Scaler now has the rear end come around on him, coming through what we call turn 6B, the second part of the carousel, gets the car back underway, never went all the way around. He was able to lock it down and keep the car from spinning around, but now that has allowed Robert Dietrich to just walk away, and what I was hoping would be a battle to go on for the entirety of this race.
Yeah, not a do as I say, do as I do, done as I say, right?
Yep.
And that one there.
Maybe we can get somebody to go and wipe that
Wipe
water.
the camera off. Wipe the lens off.
It's no longer fog. Now it's just like a big raindrop sitting on the lens.
Or somebody just go over there.
Yeah.
With a little paper towel or something.
We'll get that squared away for the afternoon.
And again, we're expecting the sun to come out a little bit later this afternoon too, probably around that noon time. So I think we're going to get some of that. This track should dry out. I don't know if it's going to be completely dried out by the time we get to our afternoon session, but it'll definitely be where they more than likely will not have to be out on rain tires by then.
Yeah. Well,
at least that's what I'm hoping.
I can't wait to see, and we know that these Hoosier wets, the Hoosier radial wets, are somewhat magical in the rain, at least as an intermediate tire, which is this is with no real big puddles. This is intermediate weather, certainly here. And our Spec Miata racers, they're going to be next up, and it should make for a very exciting race.
Correct. Yeah. Again, you can see Shields coming down in turn 10. It's like when they get underneath that bridge, it's like, trying to really start to ease into the throttle just a little, or ease into the brake-in just a little bit. That's when these cars are starting to break away a little bit going through there. I want to see what Alex Smith is there. So he's still 2 seconds behind Shields, but it does look like that gap closed a little bit.
Yeah, as a matter the last time
I know he was
through,
a little bit slower.
Yeah, Shields ran about 2 seconds faster, about 1.5 seconds faster than Smith that last time through. And again, this is coming here. This is all about experimentation and finding out where the grip levels are, and they will change lap over lap over lap as it's gotten a little bit warmer, I think, here. Brian, Spencer, let's see if we can pull up the thermometer. There we go. Yeah, see, it's a whole 2 degrees warmer than it was outside, but look at that with the wind gusts up to 20 miles an hour. And for these racers here with these very light open wheel cars, that perhaps may be even more of a challenge than the damp conditions.
Yeah, I was going to say, when the wind picks up a little bit, it does become a little bit of a challenge for these. So yeah, I mean that would make, and you definitely want to stay off the paint. And I think what we saw Dave Scaler earlier on kind of come into that 6B a little bit too hot there, get in, and that's really what runs around. Hey, well look, there we go. The raindrop has dropped.
Thank you.
Off of the thing, or somebody went over there and wiped it off when we weren't there, but maybe we woke the cameraman up and said, hey, wipe that thing off.
Exactly.
Wasn't aware. Again, pretty much spread out here, especially in our Formula V. This is where I thought we would see, the race amongst those. But again, a couple mistakes by a driver here, a couple mistakes by a driver there. And what ends up happening is you end up really with a
So Brian, I'm looking at the chat.
I just saw it.
How much should we affect the Spec Miata race?
I'm not answering your question.
So Christian Sarnecki was our race winner in Spec Miata yesterday. He won both races a year ago at this event. He's our pole sitter today in the next race. I don't know. You have any? You have like any Zennies? Any like 200 treadwear tires you can throw on the car, Christian? Maybe give some of the
folks. Can you put your tires on backwards to throw the tread? Throw the water.
They must run the Hoosiers, whether it be the wets or whether it be the dries. Yep. Christian, at this point, if I were the one choosing at the very moment, if you were going to go on track now and not in a half hour, I would still say wets. But that could very well change by the time you are ready to start your pace lap from the pole. I'd put 2 and 2 on the car right now and be ready.
Yeah, I mean it's a great question. Tough decision right now. I know if I was going out there, but I'd be putting on wets. But like you said, let's see what happens in the next 30 minutes. I don't think we're going to see the sun come
Christian said, good advice. Thanks, boys.
2 and 2.
That's right.
I've actually been in a race where we put 2 and 2 and got up to the grid, and we were right outside the grid and was going to change it. Again, different series. And it was, nope, everything has to be on the ground and you have to go. And we had individuals that had wets on the front, dries on the back. We had wets on the left, dries on the right, and just didn't get things changed, and it was tough. Didn't work out well at all.
Yeah, but Christian, if you could run some Potenzas, that would be the way to go. All right. As Mark Walthu has had a very lonely race at the front of this field, not to be unexpected, as he's got about 12 seconds on our Formula V leader, Rick Shields. Rick has had, with the exception of the first 4 laps or so, has also had a pretty quiet race here. Rick Shields now with 10 seconds on Alex Smith. There's our second red car. I guess to be fast here, an open wheel in the wet.
You didn't have a red car?
A red car, exactly.
Well, I tell you, Rick put some pressure on Mark at the very beginning. At least for the first 2 laps was right there. And again, I think at certain points, certain portions of this racetrack, the grip level seemed to get better and better. And I think Mark was able to pull away a little bit more. Definitely coming out of turn number 9 and up the hill, where Rick just wasn't able to get. Again, totally 2 different cars. I get that. Hopefully nobody jumps in there and says, well, you're talking about 2 different cars. But at the beginning, it was still pretty wet when we finished our first group, and so I think that allowed Rick to really give him some pressure there until those heat got in those tires in that Formula F. So again, 12 laps here left to go here. Again, pretty much spread out. And we kind of thought this would happen, but I figured the Formula Vs would stay together. But again, as I said, a couple mistakes here and there, spins and kind of looping it around a little bit. I think that's where it all ended up being.
Where it all fell apart.
Yeah.
where it fell apart for Alex Smith and also especially for Dave Scaler. Again, Scaler coming off a win yesterday in Formula V, currently sitting 4th out of 4 cars.
Well, remember, we saw that battle, coming down for 3rd, where I thought Vallejo got in front of Alex Smith, coming down by the start-finish line. Timing and scoring didn't show it that way, so I'm wondering, as I mentioned yesterday, where was the transponder listed?
And they are showing, going back and looking at the results from yesterday. So in Formula V, our final results, these are official. Dave Scaler with the win, Rick Shields 2nd, Alex Smith 3rd, and Jeff Vallejo in 4th. Over in Formula F, Tom Schweitz took the win, and finishing 2nd was Joe Parsons. Again, neither of those racers here today. Mark Walthu, we didn't mention this, but it's good to see that Walthu got this car back out and running. If you remember, yesterday, Walthu had some issues with the car. Before we hit midway, where he brought the car, came out of turn 2, car came off power. He brought it down our crossover road. He got out, got the car back up and running, re-ran turns 1 and 2 on the same lap for the second time, and then retired the car again.
Wanted to make sure that it wasn't just a fluke down in 1 and 2.
Yeah,
Had
exactly.
to go down there and do it again. You know?
Yeah, you just run every corner twice.
Yeah.
As we now hit halfway, 11 laps remaining here. We're working lap number 11. And again, these races scheduled for this particular race, 21 laps or 50 minutes, whichever comes first. All of our remaining races today will be set for 25 laps or 50 minutes, whichever comes first. And of course, next up, Spec Miata. You don't want to miss that.
Especially not in conditions like this, right? I think this is the best kind of overall racing condition you could probably get in that group, to where the playing field comes back to even, right? Where
Absolutely.
You have some of those cars, having some challenges. And,
Well, if the pole sitter's asking us for advice, you know he's worried.
Yeah. Not sure why anybody would ask us.
No.
Whether it was wet or dry.
Well, those hard plastic big wheel tires.
They spin in the wet weather. I've done that.
You
before.
want rotation. That's it. It's limiting the understeer, man.
I went to an event that had a big wheel race, and I entered into the big wheel race because I thought I was going to do very, very well. And
I'll bet you did.
the track was a little bit damp.
What were you thinking?
Yeah, exactly. I didn't go anywhere. That 8-year-old, man, he took off like a rocket. That front wheel just spun and spun and spun.
Oh, gosh.
Glad I wasn't in the next race in my big wheel that I had, because it definitely had a flat spot when I was done with it.
Oh, my gosh. Less squats, man. You got to stay out of the gym. That's the problem.
I'm telling you what.
Less torque.
I'll tell you what, I put a flat spot on that tire.
Oh, my
That
gosh.
plastic thing, that had to be replaced.
Oh, those
I tell you,
were the days.
I'm kind of watching here, kind of on screen. I was watching Mark in that 22 machine, especially when he comes down the hill, turn 5, takes that traditional dry line down into 5. And I look at Shields. Shields takes that very wide angled turn in there, kind of really trying to open that corner up just to try to go as straight as possible. And he does gain. I mean, he's only 5.5 seconds now. And Mark Walthu goes around in turn number 8. Again, as you mentioned before, Greg, that little crown that's there ended up looping that car around.
And it sounds like he has gotten back underway. Let's stay on this camera for just a second, if we can, Spencer, because it sounds as though I was worried that Walthu might have impacted the wall, but what he is going to do, he's going to bring the car down the pit lane, and we'll see if that spells the end of his race, or if it's just so that somebody on his team can take a look at the car. Yeah. And what we are hearing, Brian, is that there is a strip of oil starting to appear on the front straight, that one of the racers may have put down some fluid, and I'm wondering if that was possibly the Walthu car, and maybe he spun in his own oil as he's now taking that car back to the paddock. And and so what we're hearing is possibly
that'd be Dave
Scaler's number 9 car maybe putting down a bit of oil.
Yeah, going to keep an eye on him and make sure. I mean, you can definitely tell when you're on a damp to mid-wet racetrack when their oil it's going out. Now, let's keep an eye on that 9. If it's not smoking, then that's when I would start to really worry about. But if it is smoking, he still has plenty in there.
Well, is that spray coming off the tires, or is that smoke?
That's
and also, Brian, and we've experienced this before, coming to mind at the runoffs at VIR back in 2022, and even just a few weeks ago at the Hoosier Super Tour at Road Atlanta. in wet conditions like this, when there is oil put down on the track, it becomes very difficult to remove that fluid that it many times actually requires not dishwashing detergent, but actually clothes detergent.
Yeah, like Clorox, like
Clorox
a Clorox,
or
like
Tide or something
Tide.
along those
Yeah,
lines.
we have seen that where you've had to take Tide and spread that around. Now, I have a feeling though it is going to be from the 22
From the walk-through car.
Yeah, because I got a report down from the pit lane when he came in that there is a string that goes around. So obviously he has part of that problem spinning there.
Right, so we don't have to worry about hopefully any more oil being put down, but if the rain picks up again, there's the chance that what is normal, just a small line of oil, may actually spread across the pavement as well. And it's going to make it difficult for these racers to pick out where on track it is, as well. As we now have 8 laps remaining. So Brian, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, you're next. Please head to the grid.
Yeah, a lot of calls coming in now regarding, potential. Yeah, so I think we're going to have to kind of pick up what's kind of going on right here. But we're definitely got a line of oil, more than likely kind of around the racetrack. Definitely on the front stretch. Going to have to take a look at it after this session over. It looks like everybody that's still left on the racetrack knows where it is.
Exactly. Right. So we have 4 cars remaining on track, all in Formula V. Rick Shields is your leader. See him now coming down the front straight with Alex Smith running second in class. He's just now coming out of turn 10. Robert Dietrich running third, and Dave Scaler running in fourth. Maybe our turn 9 camera, that's why it's so foggy looking now. It's just a line of oil on the lens. All right, and it sounds...
Well, we know who the car was.
Well, right,
now
exactly.
Everybody's calling
right.
in, so.
They're calling in to confirm that it was the 22 car. Yeah. All right, so again, the racers are out here, and they've got 7 laps remaining. We've got our 4 Formula V racers. And Rick Shields right now with almost 25 seconds on the rest of the Formula V field. Alex Smith second. He's in the green number 129 machine. Robert Dietrich now coming down the front straight. When he crosses the line, we'll be able to see the gap between he and Alex Smith. It is 38 seconds separating second and third, with Dave Scaler in the black number 9 machine running in fourth. We'll probably see him come into view on the coming out of turn 10 here in just a moment. But these 4 racers all at different ends of the racetrack currently, as Scaler now comes out of the final corner onto the front straight.
And Shields is also coming into turn number 10, so he's going to more than likely put a lap on Dave Scaler.
Yeah, his competitor from yesterday, as they were fighting out for the win yesterday. Now, Dave Scaler is going to be trying to hold off being put a lap down by the leader.
And you can see where this track is starting to dry out a little bit where these guys are racing, because what ends up happening is that, you saw Dave Scaler, when he would go down the front stretch, he would stay over far drivers left to go down there. Shields is going in and hitting where the water is on the right side of the track, going dead stick straight through the center of that to get the tires cooled off.
And you also see as he goes down into turn 1, there is a patch of the pavement where there is sealant, and you can see it's a very a path which is a very different color than the rest of the track surface there. Shields comes down to the inside and then goes over and across and then to the outside of that sealed area, so that he's back on the regular concrete and he's able to carry speed. Whereas, or probably that was what Rick Shields was doing, whereas Dave Scaler went through all through turn 1 on that sealed area where he doesn't have a lot of grip. Another place where they get that is right at this section here, coming through the carousel, and you'll notice that Rick Shields comes through turn 6 a little bit further to the inside where that sealed area isn't.
Yep.
And so Dave Scaler taking a more traditional line, much to his detriment, actually, because he's going to areas in the wet where there isn't grip.
Correct.
And so Rick Shields, knowing this, now puts yesterday's winner a lap down.
Yeah. So again, all about the dry and the wet. Again, if you haven't raced in the rain, right? I mean, this would be the day to give it a shot. Like I said, it
exactly.
is for the most part it has stopped raining. It may be sprinkling in certain areas, but it has completely stopped raining. And with the temperatures being just below that 50-degree mark, it's just not going to get. It's not going to dry out.
All right, so 5 laps remaining. 1 lap for each and every one of the people watching this stream right now. That's Rick Shields.
They each get their own lap.
They
each get their own lap.
We're going to, if you are watching right now, there you go. Now we're up to 74. I was going to say, if you're in the chat, give us your name and we'll dedicate a lap to you.
For the remaining 5.
Exactly. All right, real quick, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for Spec Miata. You are up next. You're going to be our last race before lunch. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid.
Christian Zarnecki gets a dedicated lap.
Yes.
So he's going to get this lap and leading the first.
Yeah, I was going to say, you already get the pace lap. I mean, what do you want, Christian? I mean, if you want to
be changing tires right now, not
not watching and listening to us. You know, Christian. Typically, we charge advertising fees for this.
For dedicated lap.
We're giving a 2-for-1 special today. If you want to donate $10 to the DC region, you can do that.
Get your own dedicated.
Although I don't know if it's tax free.
There goes the idea right there.
That's right.
The ideal light just.
You see right here. You see what Shields does. He comes down almost at an angle, center track, and then comes right across that area, and you can see where there's a definite difference in the coloration as he comes across and then comes back underneath it. And so lots of grip there, especially when you look at these Formula Vs. You know, they've got a decent amount of suspension travel, but these very narrow tires, which actually do a good job of evacuating the water. The David Lance fan club wants us to dedicate a lap to David Lance, who's back here working behind the scenes on this race. We'll probably hear him in a few moments in Spec Miata, but that's great. And so Josh Gofeld, who's one of our one of our emergency services team's workers here, says, how about we dedicate a lap to the corner and EV workers in the rain? And that is absolutely a wonderful idea, Josh. Thank you very much. Josh spent many years working the emergency services teams here. Of course, SCCA Road Racing, it's a club, and we could not put on these events without the many volunteers that make these events happen. We could not race without them, and besides, of course, our corner workers and our emergency services teams that are braving the pretty miserable conditions. There are a number of other folks that are out here as well. That being said, and Brian, I think it's a good segue here because we just recently lost a member of our emergency services family, our Washington, D.C. region and SCCA family recently. Lisa McCauley, wife of John McCauley, former emergency services worker. John, former emergency services chief here for the Washington, D.C. region, passed away 3 weeks ago. Yesterday, they did hold a memorial for her And unfortunately, we were here working. We were here calling the races.
Or we would
could
definitely have
join.
been over there.
We would have been there. But we are all very sad. And when I first got into SCCA road racing, Big John McCauley and Lisa helped me with prep for my car and storage. And I wouldn't have been able to race as often as I did without their assistance. And just the most wonderful people. And my heart really goes out to John and the rest of the DC Region Emergency Services teams, because like everybody here in the Sports Car Club of America, we are one big family, and may Lisa's memory always be a blessing.
Shields now coming down underneath the bridge, getting into turn number 10. This will be 2 to go this time by once he gets here. Again, seeing a little bit of rain start to pick back up here. So, again, we're right on that last edge of the rain coming through kind of the Summit Point, West Virginia area. It should be out of here, I would say, within the hour from a rain perspective. I think it'll still be mostly cloudy until we get to, close to lunchtime, and I think that's when it'll be. Should have taken that as a second job during my life about, calling weather. I'm really into weather. Then that way, when I say it's going to snow in June or July, they can't fire me.
They can't fire.
You never know what's going to happen.
Exactly.
Right? So,
well, in Australia,
it may.
Yeah. So Christian Sarnecki's teammate, or it's Magical in the chat, thinks that we should dedicate a lap to Christian's sponsors, which of course I think is might go a little bit too far. That's something Brian, I think we'd have to charge for.
Yep. That's definitely a fee on top of that.
Yeah, exactly.
Say that. Just because we may be off air after we say that.
Exactly. That being said, I'd like to thank some of the great sponsors of the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, RP Performance, GT, as well as Radial Tire, not OPM. Oh my God, OG Racing. And who am I leaving out? Let's see.
I know if you don't have your commercials in front of you, I know.
Yeah, I know. All of a sudden, I can't remember who our sponsors are.
As Rick Shields now crosses the start-finish line, so 1 lap to go here, leading this Formula V race and overall. Again, waiting for Alexander Smith to come by the start-finish line. Probably going to be another couple, about 15, 20 seconds, I think, is behind. I think he's almost about a minute coming out of turn number 10 now. Getting ready to cross over the top of the hill down by the start-finish line. So there he is. There is Alexander Smith going by the start-finish line now. So he will have 1 lap to go, and then we've got to go a little bit further back for Robert Dietrich. Dave Scaler, I believe, has pulled that car down on pit road as well. So again, only having really 3 cars left. Dave's 4 laps down. Coming into this last lap. So Robert Dietrich would be the last car. So 3 cars left on the racetrack right now. There is Rick Shields coming down into turn 5 for the last time this weekend. Looks like he may be able to finish this strong and will be definitely picking up the win. Not overall in this Group 2 in this Formula V race as well. So pretty consistent all the way through the entire 20 laps, kind of right in that 145 to 143. Couple changes here and there with lap times, but pretty much a pretty good, solid, and consistent run.
All right, well, Brian, let me eliminate my brain fog as opposed to the fog that we've got on some of our cameras. Belmont Classic Cars, OG Racing, Grand Touring, RP Performance, Spring Hill Suites as well. I want to thank all of our sponsors that bring you racing here from the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. As Rick Shields onto the front straight now for the final time. Checkered flag in the air. He takes the win in today's feature race in Formula V. We'll see now. We've got Alex Smith, who was leading or was in second place as we started the final lap. He is now coming out of the final corner and onto the front straight in the green number 129 machine. Alex Smith out of Jersey City, New Jersey, will finish in second. Robert Dietrich was running third, and I think he is going to make it. And, Brian, I think it's a good sign that we limited this race to just 21 laps because our winner, Rich Field,
barely moving.
He's out of fuel.
Yep.
And he is now coasting down towards turn 3. Luckily for him, he took the checker. Now, the question is, Brian, once they tow him back, is he going to be underweight?
Well, no, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of water
in the suit.
At
Exactly.
some point that is going to be in his suit and everything else. Again, he's pulled off to the crossover.
All right, Brian, coming out of the final corner now, Robert Dietrich, who is going to finish third, driving the number 4 Protoform. He's out of Pine Bush, New York, and that is going to leave Dave Scaler. Yesterday's race winner will finish 4th, and he finishes 5 laps down. All right, that's going to wrap things up for Formula V. Want to thank you all for watching that. Stay with us, because next up is this group. Attention in the paddock, final call for race group 3. For Spec Miata, please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, this is your final call to the grid. Okay, Brian, let's take a break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our last race of the morning here at Summit Point. It's the 2026 U.S. Majors Tour. Stay with us.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Need it welded? Need it now? When things break at the track or out in the field, you don't have time to wait. You need precision. You need reliability. You need Rockman Metalworks. From high-performance race components to critical field repairs, Rockman delivers elite-level welding and fabrication with a research-driven approach that goes far beyond your average welder. This is precision work built to perform when it matters most. And here's the best part. They come to you. With full mobile service, Rockman Metalworks gets you back up and running fast so you can get back in the race. Conveniently located just 30 minutes from Summit Point, call them now at 209-751-9750. Rockman Metalworks. When it has to be right, right now.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
17 Baron AM, bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race time trials and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@wlracing.com. WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It is the 2026 SCCA U.S. Majors Tour from Summit Point Raceway. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati and David Lance. So the David Lance fan club, you should be happy now. He's back here with us. And next up, it is Spec Miata. And Brian, because they did not take up my offer where I said that I would hold off laundry day for at least one more day and give them all of the laundry detergent I have in the back of my little Acura Integra. We're going to do 2 pace laps for Spec Miata. So let's talk a little bit about what's coming up for the rest of the day. This is going to be our last race before we take an hour-long break for lunch, and then we have 3 more races remaining. We'll have our big open wheel and prototype race directly after lunch. Then the big ground pounders, however many of those ground pounders are still here. Hopefully, we've got some all-wheel drive cars running in STU this afternoon, and then we'll round out the weekend with Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. So the Spec Miata racers, they have been given 2 pace laps versus the 1, and that is so that they have an opportunity. You know, that one little line of oil wasn't so bad on track when there were only 4 Formula Vs. But when we've got this 14, I think, or maybe possibly 13 car field of Spec Miatas today, we wanted to be a little bit more careful. So they'll be taking an extra pace lap. Why don't we run down the starting order as we look at the racers there out on track? And it appears as though the driver was supposed to start on the outside of the front row, did not make the grid. So let's take a look at how we think it's going to play out, where Christian Sarnecki, now that he's taken our advice and what tires to drive, we gave him the
well, let's hope not, but anyway.
I know. We gave him the oil slick special advice there. Driver the number 44 Stellar Custom Jewelry Mazda out of Plymouth, Massachusetts will start on pole. Ryan Maloney, driver the number 15 machine out of Dayton, Maryland, will start second with Mark Cefalos not making the grid. Chase Kovach will start third in the KSA Federal Flat Out Motorsports machine, right alongside another Flat Out Motorsports entry. That is Nick Leveroni out of Mendon, Massachusetts. Domenico Luigi will start 5th alongside Seth Gentry. Luigi in the Mech Special entry representing the Glen region. Seth Gentry from Hanover, Maryland, representing the Washington, D.C. region. Ben Foltz will start 7th. He is driving the number 5 machine. He's out of Peru, Vermont, with David Gast, driving the number 81 RP Performance Mazda. He will start in 8th position. Starting on the inside of row number 5, driving the number 92 Flat Out Motorsports Miata from the New England region and Framingham, Massachusetts, Tom Kirchman. David Henderson will start 10th. He's driving the number 28 BDL Motorsports Mazda, and he is from Falmouth, Virginia. Robert Jacobson in the Assabet Advisors Mazda out of Holden, Massachusetts, representing the New England region, will start 11th, with Brad Williams driving the 171 Peak Environmental entry from Harrisonburg, Virginia, representing the Washington, D.C. region, will start 12th. And then finally, rounding out the field, driving the number 190 Mazda Miata from Chagrin Falls, Ohio, it's Key Doss. And we've got one driver, Brian, who having some problems.
Had some problems going down through turn 1. He's cut the cutoff road. I think he may have had some. He's got some damage. Yeah, he spun during and down in turn 1. He's pulled through the access road here.
All right,
but we do have debris down there as well. It's kind of just offside of the racetrack, so it looks like a part of the front of the grill.
And it sounds like it's some body work down there. So, Brian, now we are at 12 racers. See, good thing we had an extra pace lap to get this squared away. So it's going to be Sarnecki and Maloney. Sarnecki in the black number 44, Ryan Maloney in the blue with silver number 15. That will be your front row. As the lights are out on the pace car, and the field now forming up, and so it looks like we will be going green. And so pace car now on the pit lane, turning. And Brian, we are getting word now, because of that debris down to turn 1, the racers will not get a green flag. So we are going to stay yellow here as they come onto the front straight, and they will take another lap of Summit Point.
Yep.
And we'll see here. I believe the clock will start.
Yeah, we're going to get that debris moved out of the way, just as you said, Greg. But, since we're going to go back around here one more lap, let me just tell you what I noticed, right? We kind of made, joke with Christian a little bit before the race. As they were warming up their tires going out for the first lap and first pace lap, when they came around for the second pace lap, we still have that puddle kind of on the right-hand side, just past that second cutout. The drivers that potentially have the reins on, they went dead stick into the center of that puddle to cool those tires back off.
Yeah.
Christian was one of them. The only one that I did not see was that 15 of Ryan Maloney did not go into that puddle. But David and I both noticed that when they came underneath after the first pace lap, he was seriously sideways when he got up underneath that bridge. And I think that's just more of trying to get that
some
car
heat
ready
in
to go.
and kind of get it ready to go for the green flag. All right, so you see there at turn one as they've got the debris flag displayed, and the emergency services teams were in. It's closer to our turn two flag stand. You can see the emergency services team now coming to get that debris. So hopefully we will be going green the next time by. Still trying to determine whether or not the clock would have started. And Brian, it does look, at least down at the bottom of the course, that it is the rain is starting to come back down again a little bit here. So if you did go out on the dry weather tires, possibly not the best choice here. We'll see how long that rain lasts. And indeed, Brian, they did start the clock when they crossed the start-finish line. So this will be, again, this race scheduled for 25 laps, or 50 minutes. Yeah. And so the clock has gone and apparently, David, and let's bring David in here as well. It sounds like one of the reasons why there was some debris left on the pavement is that the 171 machine of Williams might have impacted the tire wall down at turn two.
Yeah, they got the Rescue 1 truck down there. Kind of, again, it was behind that hill where Ben Foltz was parked yesterday before the race started. So going to address that. Don't know if he maybe got on the throttle coming out of turn number one there and just maybe looped the car around. But Brian, you guys have been driving here before. You guys know this. When you get the start waved off, you're kind of getting ready to go, very antsy, ready, especially in this Miata classes, and then, we're going, you're still pace lapping. So it's kind of the tension rises, but then it settles it.
And especially, here at Summit Point, as you can see the hill on the front straight, when you come out of turn 10, the starter stand is down lower than the crest of that hill. And so the front row, like Sarnecki and Maloney, and maybe even the second row, Kovac and Leveroni, they may have seen where the starter stand was still displaying the double yellow flags, the full course caution. But if you're a couple rows back, you're still expecting the start of the race, and and there's just the anxiety ramps up until you finally come down a little bit and see that it's still a full course caution.
Well, again, we're sending other emergency vehicles down there to fix that tire wall, so obviously there is some damage. So the laps are starting to count as well. It's counting the clock. So we're down to 24 laps, and it does look like they're going to have to go back around again at least one more time, because they were just called over the radio the next time you come by turn one to go all the way around. So we'll see. We may have to go one more lap, or so we may be able to get this right back in here. So
real quick, guys, as we've been under the pace laps here, I've noticed that rain kind of moving towards the front stretch here. Look out the window. You see the rain starting to pick up a little bit more now. So this is definitely going to be interesting to see, if this rain might pick up a little bit more as we start to get going, or if it might light up. So again, now if you might have been on slick tires, going to be, a little bit of a battle here.
All right, so we have gotten word from race control that the lights will go out on the safety car, and the safety car will come down the pit lane. That will set us up for now our 2x2 start. And there you go, as Christian Sarnecki and Ryan Maloney have the field now forming up behind them, again, 2 by 2. When they cross the start-finish line, there will be 2 laps complete. So this will be 23 laps, or a little bit less than 45 minutes remaining on the clock for this race, for this feature race in Spec Miata. Pace car now on the pit lane. Christian Sarnecki has the field, comes onto the front straight. The starter looks over the field, and green flags in the air, and we are racing once again here at Summit Point and getting a great push down the front straight. It is Chase Kovac now who has pushed Sarnecki up to the lead. Kovac actually ahead of Ryan Maloney, our leader from the outside lane, as they came down into turn 1. Sarnecki sets up center of track, perfect position to hold off both of those racers. And as they go into turn 1, Ryan Maloney with Nick Leveroni right behind, going to try to see if they can slide by Chase Kovac. They'll be set up to the inside, drivers left, as they come down to turn 3. But as it stands, it is only Leveroni who sticks in there, and it is Maloney who comes right across the nose of Chase Kovac, pushing Kovac now back in the 4th, and a great start for Domenico Luigi, who gets around Seth Gentry now and moves up in the 5th position.
Yeah, I tell you what, these guys really tiptoed enough through turns 1 and turn 2, but you said Maloney kind of cutting in there along with Nick Leveroni getting in front of Chase Kovac. Coming out of turn number 2 and up down the hill through 4 into 5. So, again, these guys kind of taking it easy a little bit, kind of going through there. But Christian Sarnecki really opening it up, getting reports pretty much moderate rain down in turn 5. So this is really starting. This is really going to be interesting.
Right, and assuming they went out on wet weather tires, actually the more rain they have at this point, the better. Sarnecki might be thinking otherwise, though, as these racers are drifting across that crown. Over at turn 8, Sarnecki did it. Ryan Maloney did it as well. And now Maloney, who lost so much pace here to start this race, has Nick Leveroni come underneath, as we have another driver who spun off into the grass, not into the gravel trap. So they may be able to continue, but a couple of racers there having some issues, as we've got the local caution at turn 10. And we'll try and get the number there.
I think that one of them was the 32 of Robert Jacobson. We'll see who the other one is that comes down.
I think it might be. Well, I think it's might be David Gast in the 81 car is the other driver.
Yep.
There you go,
Yep.
Gast. There he is coming into our view in the black and red, number 81, as he now falls back. Gast, who started 9th, now running tail and Charlie in the field, running 12th.
Yeah.
So I believe that first car that spun there too, going to 10, was Ben Foltz. So I know they two have been kind of parked there next to each other. It might have been Ben Foltz. I know it was a blue
I don't
car.
think Ben made the field. I didn't see Ben's car out there.
I'm fairly certain it was the 92 of Tom Kirchman, but we'll see if we can and pick that out. And again, I think it was Kirchman, as Key Doss now has moved up a couple of positions. Kirchman in another one of the flat-out motorsports machines.
Really sideways through there. Everybody, and Greg, I'm wondering if that oil line is still out there, really making that thing slick, because that was a full-on drift along with right there. They've got their hands full right now coming through. You can see every car coming through there. Ryan Maloney's almost sideways. We'll take a look at Seth Gentry really losing the front end of that car. So that turn 8, turn 9 is really slick right now.
Yeah, and the challenge you run into in the wet, Brian, is, as we were talking before we came back, you could use laundry detergent to try and mitigate oil, but as the rain comes down and as these drivers slide across the pavement, it's going to start spreading that oil across the entire entire race surface, not just a single line.
Yeah.
And definitely going to cause some issues for these racers, and that may have been what they had in turn 10. David.
We got one car down off in turn number 1, and that is actually going to be Nick Leveroni. That went down into turn number 1. Looks like he's going to be able to continue and come back out into turn 2, but definitely Nick Leveroni has gone off. That's going to move Chase Kovac up into 3rd, with Dominic Dom into 4th place right now. Yeah, so able to continue for Leveroni, but again, really couple spots here that are really, really
very
slick right
challenging.
now.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we talked yesterday, Brian, about how much experience, although Nick comes down from Massachusetts, that he does have a lot of seat time here at Summit Point. May not have a lot of seat time in the wet, and plus, again, that huge variable is that oil on the track. That at this point the drivers really can't see where it is. All right, so that is going to move Ryan Maloney back up in the second in Spec Miata. Chase Kovac, Domenico Luigi here, but Christian Sarnecki already just checking out on the field as he is into turn 8 now as our second place racer, just now coming out of the carousel.
Well, no, actually, they're just now coming out of turn 10. That was a little bit further back.
Yeah.
We were keeping an eye on the David Henderson machine a little bit further back there as well. These drivers are really struggling trying to come up through there. Not only turn 8 and turn 9, but definitely down in turn 1 as well.
And interesting here now, Brian, as we watch drivers come into turn 1, doing very much what Mike Kelly did first thing in the morning, is they're using those puddles over drivers left. And I think one of the reasons why they're doing that is they're fairly certain that oil line was not put down in that section of the track, and it also, assuming they're all on wet weather tires at this point, will help cool those tires down as well, because they're still, we're seeing a little bit of a trail of water coming off the back of these cars, but not a great deal.
Yeah, which leads me to believe when we got Seth Gentry that went straight off in turn number 3 there. And again, there's Leveroni trying to pick back up. He almost went off as well. So, again, drivers really, really struggling. I'm wondering, Greg, if maybe some of these guys aren't on.
I mean, it could very well be. But also the speed that Gentry carried into the gravel trap there, I think he may have just may not have anticipated how much braking he would need to do in these conditions.
Well, we talked about yesterday when it was hot, this track does get greasy and slick and everything else. Well, you throw all different other kinds of elements at it. It's cold out there. It's wet. It's damp. There is zero grip, whether you have rain tires on or not, right? I mean, you're just not going to get enough heat in the tires in order to really get them where they need to do to have the capacity to stick onto the racetrack. I mean, we're not even 45 degrees out there, so.
Again, Brian, pretty much what we talked about at the beginning of the show, it kind of complete opposite conditions yesterday, and take whatever you learned and just throw it out the window, because it's a whole new ball game, and it's basically a completely different track with so many more factors into it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, if we have, if there is still a little bit of oil out there, right? These drivers are hitting kind of where that wall-through machine is, or was, and it is just slick. There's just zero grip. And a lot of that is coming as well from the cold weather, right? The cold weather is coming in. The clouds are really starting to form again. It's really dark out there, in this race where we were seeing a little bit of light, where it was lightening up at the end of that Formula V race.
Yeah, Brian, it's also going to be, I'm interested how this race plays out. Only, 19 laps left to go, so we're about 6 laps down. And, I mean, a lot of these cars are probably almost full to the brim there on fuel. So as that starts to go away, these cars are heavy and everything. As that starts to go away, the handling is going to start getting worse and worse, too. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these cars, maybe start slipping, sliding a lot more now at the end of this race than they are right now.
Yeah.
And little technical question for us behind the scenes, Brian. CJ, it's all cellular.
Yeah, all cellular data. We talked about Chase Kovac. So Chase is getting a lot of instruction this week from Camden Gruber. So he's been working with him a little bit. Chase did very, very well yesterday. Really kind of put that car into some spots that for normal getting that instruction. You probably wouldn't have done, right? He was all in. I'm going in at it, put him some spots, and they worked out. I mean, he was able to move up a little bit here, move back in a couple spots, so I'm sure he learned a lot, and I'm sure Camden went and really spent some time talking to him about those moves.
Exactly. So Camden Gruber finished second at the National Championship Runoffs this year in SMX, also a track record holder here at Summit Point in a number of different classes. Great person to take instruction from in how to race both in the wet and dry here, which might be necessary as we see here. Again, the rain has been kind of off and on. We're not seeing any precipitation come down over by turns 1 and 2, for example, as it's actually starting to brighten up a little bit down at that end of the course, Brian, but a little bit different, actually a lot different down here, as it looks like still getting a little bit of rain down to turn 5.
Yeah, a little bit of sprinkles here and there. And I've been watching some of these guys, or some of these drivers, we talked about it earlier on, trying to take a wet line, trying to take a dry line. Got to stay off that paint. That paint is wet. And I've seen a couple guys almost lose the cars coming through there. As Chase Kovach, again, that turn is one of the slickest turns I think we have right now. We even have it when it's in the dry. It always is.
It always is. Because there really isn't, whether it be in the wet or in the dry, there are not, it's an expanding radius. So the turn opens up, but there are not many different ways to take that corner to carry speed without either throwing away speed at entry or throwing away speed at entrance or at exit, pardon me. So to have those drivers just kind of drift over that crest and be able to get on the throttle, they're timing it almost perfectly here in the wet.
Yep.
Nick Leveroni, after his early dalliances with disaster down at turn 1, he just turns in fastest lap of the race, and he's lapping about 0.2 of a second faster than our leaders right now. The problem for Nick is he is sitting back in 5th position, and he is about 18 seconds back from the lead. Yeah.
For a race that we thought, and again, here's your Kovach, Luigi, and Leveroni. That's kind of 3rd, 4th, and 5th. That's going to be the last battle for the podium. That's kind of the closest race that we have. Everybody else has kind of gotten single file out. Our overall leader is opening up by about 4.5 seconds. Christian Zarnecki over Ryan Maloney. So this is the battle. Luigi getting a little bit sideways there coming through that carousel, Greg. And so again, that's just trying to get back on the throttle as quickly as you can. And sometimes you got to let that car just roll through.
Exactly.
Especially in the rain.
Great run so far from Luigi in the number 46 machine, closing up on Chase Kovach here. But as you saw, Nick Leveroni, he's a coming. And if he can leapfrog these two racers, it'll put him back in a podium position. That's how important this fight is, as we have 16 laps remaining now, or a little bit over half an hour. Again, this race scheduled for 25 laps or 50 minutes. First couple of laps under full course caution. And we are here again, green flag racing, and these drivers have been very cognizant of the weather conditions, have been racing, again, with some very few exceptions, like Leveroni, maybe overdriving turn 1 early on, not knowing what lied on the other side of that strip of oil. These guys have been very good, as now Leveroni, who once again turns fast lap, goes and puts Domenico Luigi down into 5th, and he's got Chase Kovach in his sights.
Yeah, that's going to be the battle for 3rd as we get through here. And again, Leveroni running even faster than the leader, than Zarnecki is in that last lap with that 141.958 to that 142.321. Again, just right at that 18-second mark for Nick Leveroni. I think if he's able to get around Chase Kovach here pretty quickly, he could end up running up and running down Ryan Maloney, and depending on the lead of Zarnecki and Maloney at that point in time, they may have an opportunity, 16 laps left, they may have an opportunity to get it pretty close.
All right, sounds like Tom Kirchman, or we like to call him Mr. 10th. Here, Tom Kirchman in the other flat-out motorsports car, the number 92 machine, had his challenges over at turn 8. Has gotten that car, there he is, the car that just left our frame, got that car back underway. I was talking to Tom last night. Tom is a spec racer, Ford racer.
Yep.
And his very first time in not only this car, but in a Spec Miata was on during testing on Friday. And he was comparing and contrasting the differences between those two cars. And he likened driving the Spec Racer Ford to walking on a balance beam. The difference is the front of the car, the balance beam is about 3 inches wide. The back of the car, the balance beam is about 7 inches wide. The Spec Miata, he said it's about 15 inches wide. And it's a different feel. He's used to the very small steering wheel that's down almost to his waist in the Spec Racer Ford, as opposed to the probably 330 millimeter, standard car-sized wheel, much higher up in the air, and it's just a very different feel for him.
It's a difference of wearing a size 5 shoe to a size 8 shoe.
That's right.
Right? I mean, it's you especially if you're throwing the balance beam analogy in there.
That's right.
You've got to make sure you got your feet in the right spot.
Well, that was the hardest thing for me when I got into a Spec Miata compared to even my Honda, which has a very wide footwell and a lot of room, room for a dead pedal, and where you can put your left foot when you're not on the clutch. And I found that the Miata, very much like your traditional little British cars, not a lot of room in the footwell, and you basically have to hold your foot up in the air when you're not on the clutch. It was very difficult for me to get comfortable in that car.
Greg, one of the things I was just noticing here as we look down into turn number 1, that's Nick Leveroni and Chase Kovach. Leveroni had a great run coming out of turn number 10, decided not to go by Kovach when he had the opportunity to pull out there, stayed in behind him to push him a little bit. And I'm wondering, again, knowing that the veteran of Leveroni is, he dropped off a little bit compared to going into turn number 1. So I'm wondering if there's a little bit of a problem there.
Is it a problem, or is it maybe fear of the unknown or fear of the oil that's out there?
It could be, because at first I thought maybe he was going to use Kovach to push to try to gain some time on Ryan Maloney there. Then he stuck in behind him, and now he's dropped off a little bit. So I wasn't sure if if he dropped off enough to figure out and then keep going.
Yeah, talked a little bit, a couple of drivers this weekend. We saw yesterday, in the dry, a lot of close battles, wanting to push each other, work with each other. And I kept asking guys, I said, with a small field here at Summit Point, 14 Spec Miatas, how important is it to work with anybody you can around track and get to, to where you can kind of gain time and momentum against the next guy? A lot of guys said it's important, but they said, though, when it comes to the rain today, you can't expect it. You pretty much have to be on your own. It's more of working with your own rhythm, basically.
Got it. Yeah, because you don't know where, as opposed to the dry where everybody really, they know where grip is, they know where passing opportunities are. They don't necessarily know where, here as the conditions are changing lap over lap over lap, they don't really know who has picked up on that information ahead of them or behind them, as Leveroni now takes the look to the inside of Chase Kovach, and he takes over third place, moving the number 13 car back into fourth position. So after a couple of times of Leveroni realizing that maybe Kovach had not found the ultimate grip down there, he makes his move, and it is starting to dry out, at least a little bit down into turn 1, as we're starting to see the not so much, but a little bit of bright light and some sun poking through the clouds down there.
Yeah, it's definitely brighter down at turn number 1. Again, I'm not seeing drivers move over to that right either to get down into that water patch. As if they were on range, you would think that's what they would do. I'm not seeing that right now. Everybody's staying drivers left, which was the normal line. So I'm wondering how many of these drivers if they have reins on, Greg and David, they got to start burning them up.
Quite possibly. And we just saw there as Leveroni was trying to power out of turn 6B, had the rear end step out on him, and once again trying to turn in maybe a little bit too early, going into turn 8 and sliding out of that groove. But the car seems to grip up just before you get to that curbing on the outside. And you said it earlier, that the red and white curbing here at Summit can be somewhat slick. They do use a grippy type of paint, but it was repainted just right at the beginning of the season, David. So it's possibly kind of slick.
Guys, I'm hearing we got a standing yellow over in turn 3, and that's because David Henderson is in the middle of the gravel trap there in turn number 3, not able to get out of it right now, just outside of our camera view. He's off to the right where that little opening is right there on the side, but he's not able to go anywhere. That's not a very good spot, especially in the wet weather.
Well, we saw what Gentry had done earlier in the race going through there. All right, so the folks at Race Control, they'll determine whether or not they can send the emergency services team out there. Again, we have a local caution at turn 3, and they have asked that car be removed.
Yep. We're going to have that standing yellow, and we're also going to put a debris flag because I think he did kick a little bit of rock when he went around up there. So again, David Henderson still sitting in the gravel trap there in the middle of turn number 3.
All right, so that now will move Ben Foltz up into 8th position. And as it stands at the front of the field, Christian Sarnecki is your leader with almost 10 seconds on the rest of the field as he now completes lap number 14, starting the 15th lap out of 25. Ryan Maloney second, Nick Leveroni in third, Chase Kovach fourth, Domenico Lici, Seth Gentry, and well, you can see the rest right on the screen there. But again, I think the big story here is Christian Sarnecki has just, based, Brian, on our tire suggestion here to start this race, has just owned this field today in Spec Miata. He's on track to run the table this weekend, and that would make 2 years in a row here at this event.
Yeah. Again, going to get that flat toe, move Dave Henderson out of turn number 3. So this is where it's really going to get tricky. We've got one car that I think may have gone around down there in turn 1. They got a waving yellow down in 1. We'll see who that is that's gone around.
And it's been withdrawn.
That's actually, I think, going to be Key Doss of
Key Doss.
that 190 machine. So, yeah, that black and blue. Yep.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the 190 car, Key Doss, running in 10th, and is the last running car in the field right now. Just as Leveroni, Kovach, and Luigi were coming down into turn 1, that car went around, and I'm wondering if he was concerned on what was coming up on him in the rearview mirrors.
I think just pinched the corner off a little bit because it was a quick spin and was facing the right way. So
as we get further into this race now, time's starting to come down. Ryan Maloney last time around posted his personal best, 141.482. Started out the race in the 43s and moved into the 42s now, and even the front 3 now are all starting to run 41. So as we get through this race now, track's starting to dry up and laps starting to come down now. So it's going to be, and what does that mean for tires too? As we see a little less probably standing water out there, and it's going to heat these tires up, and it's going to make for a ill-handling race car.
Yeah, to give an idea of where these drivers or what times these drivers will be running in the dry, yesterday's race, Christian Sarnecki, who was our fastest racer on track, turned in a 1:27.1. So we are still about 13 seconds off as the number 81 car, David Gast. This is his second off of the day early on at the end of lap 1. He didn't make it for turn 10, but got very lucky, was able to go through the grass and around the outside of the gravel trap. Here, again, very lucky that he planted himself on that little grass strip between the edge of the pavement and the gravel trap. Again, he's able to continue.
Yep. Yeah, one end to the other. Turn 10, then turn 1. And again, we've talked about it. I mean, there are some pretty slick spots out here on this racetrack. As these drivers, and David, you were just talking about it, we are starting to see some of these spots getting a little bit drier as the race is going on. And if these cars are, and that was one of the, where they did the hot pull, that wasn't one of our new Miatas out there, the larger Miata.
The large Miata.
The larger Miata.
Yeah. And so they've gotten Henderson, by the way, they've gotten Henderson out of the gravel trap at 12, and so there he is, as he's now continuing on. There, so no longer a caution at turn 3.
Yeah, and so, David, what I was saying was, as these if they're on these rain tires and they start to hit this drier spots, unless they go through kind of a water area, these tires are going to start to get hotter and hotter. You may see times come down a little bit for a lap or two, but what's going to end up happening is these tires, in some case, they're going to start to go away even more because you're going to start burning the tread off of them, and it's going to end up being like your slick. So you've got to be consistent throughout the whole entire time, whether or not you're Ryan, Christian Zarnecki in the front, Ryan Maloney in second, or heck, even David Fultz at the end. You've got to make sure you're consistent times because that's the only way your tires are going to last through a 25-lap race.
And we're starting to see here Maloney, neither Zarnecki nor Maloney have reset fast their own personal bests in a couple of laps here, but Maloney now lapping at about a second and a half to 1.3 seconds faster than Christian Zarnecki had. Now, again, Zarnecki's got an 8-second advantage, so he just needs to sit in that rhythm, and he should be in good shape now with 9 laps remaining, or 8.5 laps remaining, actually. But we'll see. Maybe Maloney can close the gap just a little bit. That being said, Nick Leveroni now resets his personal best, and he is lapping about 0.3 faster than Maloney. And just as I say that, Christian Zarnecki responds. He turns in a 141 flat. So whatever he lost to Ryan Maloney on the prior lap, he just picked up 0.7 of a second.
And I think that may have been because he was in some lap traffic beforehand, kind of really taking it easy. So if Christian wins, does that mean you and I get to go and take the victory lap with him, since we were the one that kind of helped him with the tires?
Sure. I mean, Magical in the chat might be a little upset if we displace him, but who knows?
Oh, Zarnecki last time up through turn 3, still trying to push it, Greg, because he got almost 90 degrees sideways going up into turn 3 and then headed down the hill for turn 4, but that car really, really loose. So these drivers are continuing to push the limit of what they have left on these tires and in these cars right now.
That's kind of what I talk about is that fuel load starts to go away in that back end, so it's the back end's really going to start twisting on them.
Yeah. Tell you what, you look out the window here and you look down at turn number 10 and it's dark. I mean, it is completely dark. You look down at turn number 1 and it's almost light out where the sun's starting to come out. So again, 2 different parts of this racetrack here, even though turn number 5, that's going across, from 5 all the way straight into 10. It's dark pretty much over there. So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see a little bit of sprinkles here and there again as Zarnecki goes through, coming out of turn number 10, Greg. I told you, stay off that paint. That car got sideways once again coming out of turn number 10. So I think this could be a product if he's on those reins. He's pushing the limit and starting to burn up.
Yeah, exactly. And there is not a lot of standing water here. There wasn't a lot of standing water when this race started. And, you think about the extra pace lap that they had to run where you had the field going and evacuating water off to the side of the track. And indeed, we may be at that point where these tires are starting to go away. That said, here, David, Maloney just put in fast lap, and and Zarnecki did the lap before, but these tires may be turning themselves into dry weather tires.
And the gap between them now is starting to lower. It's just slightly under 8 seconds now. About 2 laps ago, it was about 8.5, almost 9 seconds. And now it's down to less than 8. So still with about 7 laps to go, though, he can still have it covered. They're running around the same lap times, but again, this is really going to be interesting now to see how Zarnecki can handle this, and if Maloney can maybe catch him now with just only a handful of laps remaining.
Yeah. And I think as we look at that 8-second gap, a lot of it comes down to the fact that Zarnecki is still trying to hustle that car and push that car through corners, and maybe we're seeing a little bit more discretion from Ryan Maloney that it may be, slow and steady wins the race. We'll see what happens as Zarnecki's tires continue to go away.
We'll see there again really sideways. So the car, one of 2 things is happening, Greg. He's either really overdriving into turn number 10, and that car's really getting sideways because it's pushing out beyond, kind of the normal dry line outside of driver's left of the rumble strips there. And so he's really got to fight it to keep it there. And so, again, that's where he's losing time, especially coming off that corner.
Well, tell you what, why don't we stay with Sarnecki? I'd like to track a whole lap with him and see, we'll watch him perhaps through turn 3 and obviously down at turn 8, because I want to, as he reset fast lap, Brian. So, I mean,
I was going to say, is he listening to us in there and just playing with us?
Yeah, I think that, but I mean, you see there, I mean, he is absolutely manhandling the car through these corners, but in doing so, I mean, his entry and his exit speeds are that much faster. You notice they're going through turn 5. He stays very much off the apex or through the chute through turn 4, which is the fastest corner on the course, and is again able to carry that much more speed. Let's watch him as he comes through the carousel now, because again, that is this section here. These very quick switchbacks is where we see these cars drift over from left to right. He seems to handle it incredibly well. He's in a drift, Brian. I mean, right at turn in, he was at about a 30-degree angle right on the entry of the corner, but he knocked it out of the park here as he comes into the final corner now. Let's watch as he comes out.
He's definitely sideways coming out a little bit, so. Right there. A little bit before that, he was right there coming sideways on the exit there. But I'll tell you what, he's definitely pushing the heck out of it. Went even faster right there.
Yeah. So whatever we said about him burning tires off, just forget that.
I think he's listening to us in there, or somebody's rating.
He's put on a great show. I got to hand it to him there. So the gap now back up to about 8.5, a little bit over 8.5 seconds. And Maloney's, he came across the line. Now, again, about 0.3 off of Sarnecki's pace, but Sarnecki's just absolutely ringing that thing, David, for all it's worth.
So apparently Luce is fast here, and all the top 3 now, all of them ran 140. Sarnecki 140.1, Maloney 140.4, Leveroni 140.6. So all the laps now just starting to fall here as we get with 5 laps remaining.
Magical in the chat. Says he's trying to bring Formula Drift to SCCA Spec Miata. That's absolutely right. All right, so with 5 laps remaining, this is going to be our final race before we take an hour-long break for lunch. When we come back this afternoon, and we think this will be, we'll probably be coming back around 12:20 or thereabouts. We'll have 3 final races here for you today. We're going to have our final open wheel race of the weekend. We're going to have our big bore racers, the big ground pounders, and then we're going to wrap things up with more spec racing with Spec Racer 4 Gen 3.
That exit on turn 10, a little bit better for Sarnecki, so maybe he was kind of getting bored with it. Maybe his arms were getting a little bit tired.
139.5 as he came across the line, so drop it again. Still about 12 seconds off from the fastest time over the weekend. That was, or yesterday's race actually, with the 127.1.
Curious to see, okay, I was going to say, I'm curious to see where Nick Leveroni is compared to Ryan Maloney, and he's still almost 30 seconds back. So not gaining the time they've been running. He was 2 seconds slower that time, but I think that's because they ended up coming up on some of the lap traffic from before with him, Chase Kovac, and Mr. Luigi there. So we'll see whether or not he's able to do it. Again, Seth Gentry having that off earlier in the race now, still working hard to get back in there, still sitting in 6th. Robert Jacobson, we talked about him. He went off early as well, sitting in 7th. Ben Foltz in 8th. David Gast in 9th, and he's had a couple offs. Key Doss in the 10th position. Again, that driver's gone off down in turn 1 we saw before. Thomas Kirchman went around as well, and David Henderson, which is our 12th place car, he was sitting in the gravel trap for a couple laps. I don't believe David went all the way back around and continued. He's only got 12 laps, so I think he may have pulled it in because technically he is 7 laps down now. So
yeah, actually, well, we'll see. I think he is out on track, and he's showing. We'll see. We'll see because again, he spent a number of laps there in the gravel trap before they pulled him out. And the only reason I think he went around, Brian, is because his last lap, it shows that he turned in his fastest lap of the race. If he was in the gravel trap for that lap, that wasn't going to be his fastest lap.
Well, but no, it would have been because he would have crossed the start-finish line and went working lap 13 into number 12, into number 3, and not gotten around. So. Okay. Well, we'll check a look. I haven't seen him, so I'm not.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sure. I see exactly what you're saying. Yeah, absolutely.
So his 12th lap
if he goes back to the paddock,
lap,
he wouldn't have crossed the stripe.
Correct. He wouldn't have finished his 13th lap. So they always say the car's the fastest before it gets ready.
Yeah, but that's usually with the engine blowing up, not with it sitting in sitting 3 feet
Something
deep.
I know oh too well from last weekend.
You just need steel ends on those Heim joints, that's all.
No, I need steel joints on the springs. It's not the Heim. It's the springs that went.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Your clutch. So, yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen David come back by. So I think when he went, they pulled him out, he went, turned around, and went straight back into the paddock.
Got it.
Coming down out of turn number 10 that one time.
All right, so with now 3 laps or 2.5 laps remaining. Next time Christian Sarnecki crosses the start-finish line, he'll be starting his penultimate lap, and here he comes onto the front straight, the number 44 machine, with 23 laps in the books. Yeah, those first 2 laps were under caution.
Yeah.
But he has, in the intervening laps, managed to open up an 11-second advantage now over Ryan Maloney. Nick Leveroni in 3rd, Chase Kovac 4th, Domenico Luigi rounding out your top 5.
And gentlemen, you mentioned this before, David. These drivers now are starting to put their fastest laps of the race, overall coming into this as this race is done. Again, lap really 21 from a green flag. It's the first 2 laps we were under double yellow. So, again, these guys really starting to put down some laps now. Nowhere near what we would see in the drive, but, again, starting to pick this off, lap after lap here.
See that Sarnecki, though, still drifting around the track here. Came down through turn number 4, had that car sliding a little bit as it went towards the outside track, and again here. So
yeah, let's watch him coming to date, Dave.
Yeah, let's see if he keeps doing it again. Here he comes back in turn right. Yes, he does. As that front end gets pointed basically to the inside wall almost. I mean, he really is pushing it here with 2 laps to go, and it's just for fun at this point. He's 11 seconds ahead of Ryan Maloney. I would say you don't really need to push it this much, but at this point, start giving us a show.
All right, let's see coming out of turn 10.
Got his hand out the window. Watch, you'll see his hand's going to come out the window to wave. He's letting the starter know, yep, thank you for the 1 to go.
1 to go, and he resets fast lap once again at a 1:38.9. And just a consideration there with Ryan Maloney running almost a full second off of that lap time here as Christian Sarnecki will follow him around working his final lap here in the weekend. Final lap of the 2026 U.S. Majors Tour in Spec Miata, where he's looking to run the table. Yesterday, took the win over Mark Cefalo. Ryan Maloney finished in 3rd. Nick Leveroni finished in 4th. And without Cefalo here, it's going to be almost that same top order as Ryan Maloney, who made his debut on the U.S. Majors Tour and at the runoffs last year, will come home in 2nd. Well, I don't want to speak out of turn.
There we go.
I know. I just jinxed it. Typically, I only break out the announcer's curse for iRacing events, not for the real life stuff. Well,
again, I mean, you're coming through here, and David, we've been noticing this, and still doing it again. Look, one little slip, it doesn't take much.
Nope.
Coming through here, and a lot better that time there. I think he slowed way, way down. I'd be shocked if he goes anything under that 1:38.9 on this lap here, but most definitely.
So Sarnecki, though, coming through turn number 10 for the last time. He's going to run the table this weekend and still going to be drifting way off into the curve there, but Sarnecki, though, going to run the table again this year and from last year. Going to go 5 for 6 over the last 3 years. Give race number 2 of the weekend to Christian Sarnecki from Plymouth, Massachusetts.
There you go. And so Leveroni had reset fast lap on lap 24. Go, oh, man, that's going to be a letdown for Sarnecki. Sarnecki turns in the fastest lap on the last run. Down into the 37s, runs a 37.7 to beat Ryan Maloney to the checkered flag by 15 seconds. What a just dominant race by Christian Sarnecki. Nick Leveroni will finish 3rd. Chase Kovach comes across the line in 4th, 1.1 seconds ahead of Dr. Dom. Domenico Luigi will finish in 5th. Seth Gentry should be our next racer across the line, and I think he's coming out of turn 10 right now.
That's not Seth. I think Seth's already taken it. That's Ben Foltz
Ben
right
Foltz.
there. So.
All right. Well, I'm showing Chase now. Yes, Chase Kovach did come across the line as we were showing him a lap down for a moment. So will finish 4th. Luigi Seth Gentry. I'm showing him as being a lap down, Brian. That's why.
Yeah.
So here he is right now.
That's a battle with Jacobson, supposedly for
battle for 6th.
Battle for 6th and 7th, right there.
And so Gentry might have had some issues on that last lap.
Maybe.
He comes across the line. Seth Gentry will finish in 6th. Robert Jacobson will finish in 7th. Ben Foltz, who we saw come across the line, will finish in 8th. David Gass 9th. And Key Doss will finish in 10th. And Mr. 10th, Tom Kirchman, he finishes in 11th. All right. So there you go. That is going to be our last race of the morning. We're going to take an hour break for lunch. Looking at the clock, we should be back right around 12:30 with our coverage. But as soon as we get an update from Race Control, what we will do is we'll update things on the screen here for you, for those of us watching on YouTube. And, of course, for our open wheel and prototype drivers who are our next race group up, we'll let you know here over the PA system at Summit Point Raceway. I want to thank everybody for joining us for this morning's coverage here from Summit Point, the 2026 U.S. Majors Tour, and we'll be back in just about an hour.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
Need it welded? Need it now? When things freak at the track or out in the field, you don't have time to wait. You need precision. You need reliability. You need Rockman Metalworks. From high-performance race components to critical field repairs, Rockman delivers elite-level welding and fabrication with a research-driven approach that goes far beyond your average welder. This is precision work built to perform when it matters most. And here's the best part. They come to you. With full mobile service, Rockman Metalworks gets you back up and running fast so you can get back in the race. Conveniently located just 30 minutes from Summit Point, call them now at 209-751-9750. Rockman Metalworks. When it has to be right, right now.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their spec racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun to go down, to go down, to go down, to go down. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun. waiting for the song. 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 To go down, to go down, to go down, to go down. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song. Waiting for the song.
It's the 2026 U.S. Majors Tour presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I want to welcome everybody back from lunch. We've got 3 more races on the schedule for you. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati and David Lance, and of course Spencer Gaynor here. And heading out on the pace lap now is our next and final open wheel race group of the day. Formula Atlantic and Continental FE2, as well as prototypes, and I believe it's just going to be Formula Continental, FE2, and the prototype or P-Class heading out on track. And we have scheduled not only this race, but 2 more feature races, 25 laps or 50 minutes, whichever comes first, to round out the afternoon and round out the event for you here from Summit Point Raceway. Heading out on track now and on the pace lap, Brian, going to be Chaz Schaefer in the team Schaefer Motorsports, Van Diemen out of Catlett, Virginia, Rick Silver in his Quicksilver Race Engines Formula Continental. That's another Van Diemen, I believe, an RF99, or probably an RF98. Then we're going to have Jason Fraley in his West WR1000 prototype car. He's out of Wellsville, Pennsylvania, representing the Susquehanna region. And then we've got Russell Straight, our sole FE2 racer, here today, driving the Alliance Autosport number 77 car. And Brian, of course, the way we left things before we broke for lunch was a very damp track. It was raining. It continued to rain during lunch today, but then all of a sudden, as we expected would happen, the sun started to come out, and we see a lot of the standing water is now gone. And we know at least Chaz Schaefer is out on dry weather tires, out on sticker tires for that matter. But we saw something that maybe concerned us a little bit as the track was starting to dry out, what we saw on the cameras.
Yeah, I mean, when the sun came out, and you can see it right here, you can see a little bit of, it seemed like a blue tint.
Yeah.
And it was kind of on the sides, like it
like
pushed
oil
and washed
blue?
around. Possibly. I'm not, I don't want to speculate too much and say it was, but based off looking at that track when we first, got back up here after eating lunch, it definitely looked like there is still some remnants over onto the right-hand side. You can see it on this screen here where it looks like there may be. So we're going to keep an eye on these cars here for the first couple laps to see coming through. I will say that, before they come up down the bridge, when I was leaving last night, Chaz Schaefer had his car up on the scales and was kind of going through it. I don't know if they're resetting it up for a wet weather track today, or were they just not happy overall
with the handling yesterday in the dry. All right, as they come out of turn 10, Chaz Schaefer has this 4-car field with him on the front straight. Green flag is underway, and we are back to racing here at Summit Point, where we've got the 2 Formula Continentals right at the front of the field. And Chaz Schaefer, he was a former national champion, let me go back and check my notes here, the 2007 Formula Continental national champion. He's going to lead the field down into turn 1. There were, Brian, originally 6 racers scheduled for this race. We had an incident yesterday which unfortunately rendered both Sam Harrington's and Gabriel Jasper's entries, an FE2 car and a Formula Continental car, unable to make the grid today. So it is just these 4 racers. And yeah, I think the first 2 laps or so will tell us a lot about the track conditions and whether there is some of that remnant oil down on the track. We talked about how when it rains, it becomes very difficult to clean things up because the rainwater basically moves that oil, from just a single line as it came out of whatever car oiled the track down to spreading out across the entire track surface. And we saw, with the Spec Miatas, as they were sliding and slipping across the track, they likely spread some of that out across the track surface in this area in particular here over at turn 8.
Yeah, especially when they went down turn 5. I was kind of watching really turn 5 and through the carousel there, and then really through here. You can see they're still tiptoeing a little bit, still picking up some water there. Chaz Schaefer's got some water there. There's Silver along with Russell Straight, and then our P machine in Jason Fraley. You still see a little bit of that water, especially going into these braking zones where the water still sprays up a little bit. So these guys will definitely take it pretty easy. Now, left side of the front straight here is pretty much dry.
Yeah.
Still a little bit of a damp, but you can definitely run
And
on a slick. You could see the tiptoeing there.
Russell Strait, I think, hit what the one remaining puddle on all of Summit Point. Actually, the front straight, there are some dips there, and so there are some puddles that form drivers right at about the 500-foot mark, and then there's the big long one from about the 200 to 350 or 400 mark.
Yeah.
And that's what Russell Strait just went through. But you can even see right here, the track is starting with the sun to dry out. Now, that being said, even though the sun is starting to come out, the clouds are becoming a little whiter and a little puffier and spreading around. It is still only 50 degrees outside.
It is still chilly out there for, mid to end of April here. So, again, not compared to what we had yesterday, right? We went from 80 degrees down to 50, and a lot of that is because of the rain that rolled through there. So, yeah, even if it does dry out, this track really isn't going to have a whole lot of grip.
Right.
Through that. So really going to make some treacherous times, especially for the first couple of laps. I think once we get through the first couple of laps here, then you'll start to see things open up a little bit again. Yeah. Schaefer in that 130 mark right now, along with everybody else. So a lot of tiptoeing through some of these early parts of these turns. As I was just mentioning, you can still see the tires. They're still got a glaze on them from being wet going through some parts of this racetrack.
Although he has burned off the stickers, which I think is a good sign at this point. And we talk about being maybe a little bit more cautious. Jason Fraley, who finished yesterday's race second overall and was lapping down in the mid to high minute 13 range, which was about 0.8 of a second off of Chaz Schaefer's fastest lap times. Fraley right now, and looks like just now getting around Russell Strait after just sitting back at the back of the field, trying to ensure that he's got some heat in the tires, some heat in the brake pads, and maybe getting the oil up to temp and be ready to go. But also, again, dialing things back at the beginning of this race because, frankly, is the only P car out there, the only prototype car out there. He kind of knows what's at play, what's at stake, or more importantly, what's not at stake here.
Yeah, I mean, again, just really try to run the race, take care of the equipment, be able to bring it back in and put it on the trailer, right? I mean, even though, the track may be a little bit slippery, that green stuff that's on the outside, that's even slipperier.
Right.
Right? You're not going to slow down when you hit the grass or you hit all that stuff. You're going to pick up speed. So these guys are really starting to dial it in. You can really start to see now that the sun is almost fully out over the entire race surface right here. You can see that it is starting to dry up pretty quickly. So, again, these guys will, very slow down into turn one. I believe that was Rick Silver in that 26 machine, but really just kind of easing into that turn.
And there you go. And only 3 laps in the books, but Jason Fraley now turns the fastest lap and is starting to find speed. He's actually lapping around 0.3 of a second faster than Chaz Schaefer up ahead. But, again, there's time, and every, we talked about before, every lap here is an experiment, and especially, I think, at this point, even if they can't see any oil there, this is where the track has that, even if there was no oil and it was just a sheen of water, is really the most difficult conditions for these race cars, because you find yourself between what a dry weather tire needs and what a wet weather tire needs.
Exactly. I was going to say, this is kind of at the beginning when they first went out, though, but even towards the end, that's like critical. It's like, what do you do, right? I mean, you're kind of in a position where, you have your crews, or even if you are by yourself, and you're doing it, it's like, which tire am I going to put on here? Because obviously, I think if they put the wet weather tires on in this, it would have been a huge mistake.
Oh, huge.
In here. And you probably would have gotten probably to halfway, and that would have been about it, right? So.
Well, Brian, for us to keep our sanity, maybe they'll still just go halfway. We don't have any long commercial breaks planned for you, by the way. Here.
We're going flag to flag.
Flag to flag, exactly, however long that may be.
Yeah, definitely getting a little bit, Schaefer getting a little bit wide there coming out of turn number 4. I think that got his attention just a little bit, getting that left side tire there.
Well, Brian, let's bring at least a little excitement into the plan here because Russell Strait at his FE2 car, well, he's broken that 103 decibel sound limit, Brian. Which all of our racers here at Summit Point for these races, and at most race courses around the nation in SCCA road racing, with some exceptions, there is a sound limit which is 103 decibels. If you cross that amount multiple times, you run the risk of being black flagged and having your race end prematurely. While you're out for qualifying, you can have all of your race laps deleted, which we saw with two different racers, or probably all of your qualifying times deleted, which we did see with a racer actually in this race group who's not racing today, as well as our next group, our big bore group as well.
Yeah, and you just got to know exactly where to let off a little bit. And again, I think that, and again, if it is, as you said, it is, the 77, he is the only FE2 in the race.
Right.
So, you're going to win, if
you make it halfway.
If you make it halfway, so you may want to just completely come off the throttle down
exactly.
there when you go by that, so that it's, nothing that's going to derail your win here and those points that you're trying to capture in order to make it to the end of the year.
And maybe it might be a little bit more difficult for our racers to pick out where sound control is because the big canopy that they had set up yesterday is no longer out there. It's just now it's just an SUV sitting in the middle of a field.
Yep.
But we measure the sound distance 50 feet off of the race surface, and it is, when we go to our turn 1 camera, we'll be able to see that SUV right over there on the left, the silver car. Directly across from that is where sound control is.
I have my pointer, but it's not showing on the screen, right?
We need the telestrator.
We need the old telestrator. No, we don't need a telestrator. That would not be well. Now let off right
there.
Now. We'll help Russell get through this, and we'll tell you where to lift and where not to lift. That is where you want to lift. So, and again, you're the only FE2 car in here. Get through the event, get through the session here in this race, and move on to the next. Obviously, most of these are using it as a test session. Like I said, I was telling you just before we came back from lunch and on air, I was leaving last night, and I saw Chaz Schaefer and his group had the car up on the scales, right? They were down there on the scales. So one of two things. One, setting it up for a potential rain event for this race, because there are some changes you can make to an open wheel car like this to help in the rain. Or they just wasn't happy with what they ran yesterday, and again, rescaling the car, trying to get the different setups, trying to get your cross and everything you need to a certain point in that open wheel car as he goes down the center of the track and almost.
Yeah, and he's still, and we noted the line like that some of the racers were taking in the wet as well, so that you spent as little time as possible on that area of the track that has the sealant, because even in the mixed conditions here, that is going to be problematic. So the less time that he can spend on that area, which is going to be a little bit, even if there's just a little bit of dampness, it's going to be a lower grip surface than the rest of the asphalt, and taking that entrance in. Also, if there is still some dampness drivers left going into turn 1, and it looks like that one long puddle, there's still some parts of it there. There's going to be more braking ability more towards the center of the track here.
Absolutely. Yep. And again, if anybody needs any advice for the next group, I would just say slicks. Slicks.
Call Christian Sarnecki. He'll give you the tire choice.
Don't even think twice about it. Just put your slicks on and let's go. Because this track is starting to dry out pretty quickly as these cars are going around. And again, only 4 of them out there. It's not going to dry as quickly as you'd want, but it's a complete gray line everywhere. So.
All right, and sounds like now Russell Strait going to get his second warning for exceeding the 103 decibel limit. And straight now coming onto the front. Straight coming onto the front straight. And there you go. You can see he's being shown a furled black flag as well as the soundboard so that he knows what the issue may be.
And unfortunately, there's nothing he's going to be able to do during the race other than what we
letting
just
off the throttle.
completely coming off the throttle,
Yeah.
And just rolling down through there. But again, you know, as you're sitting there, and he's got in-car data, so he's looking at that, trying to get an idea of lap times and everything else. And again, you're 12 or 13 seconds below the time that you ran yesterday anyway. So it's more of really trying to do what you can do.
Yeah.
You don't really want to let off. You're trying to get the most out of your car, but unfortunately, like I said, you're the only FE2 car in there. Take the points, take what you need to take, and go on. Because if you get black flagged and you come off,
you lose the points
you
altogether.
lose it altogether,
Yeah.
so you really don't get anything. So take what you can get when you can get it, and
exactly. And straight, he has some, not experience with breaching sound control, but he was 3-time Formula 600 national points champion. And I guarantee you that in order to do that, he probably didn't have many retirements, and likely, didn't have races like this where he may have been pulled off the track early. Now, Brian, interesting here in watching a number of our cameras now, the wind has really started to pick up here at the circuit. And for folks like Chaz Schaefer and Rick Silver and, well, all 4 of our racers out here, it's just one more thing for them to contend with now.
Another element. Yep.
Yeah, maybe a little bit less for the prototype car because of the amount of downforce that car in particular generates. But the Continentals don't have very big soundboards. Don't have very big side pods. The floor on them doesn't extend out very far.
Sure.
They don't generate nearly the amount of downforce that prototype car does, or the larger Formula cars like the Formula Atlantics. And so they might be starting to get tossed around.
Nope.
And Brian, there you go. Third strike now going to be shown to Russell Straight. They are going to be displaying a black flag, not just that furled up black flag, which is more or less a warning, but they are going to be displaying the open black flag to Russell Straight, driver of the white number 77 FE2 car. He'll be coming into turn 10 here momentarily. There he is. And as he comes down the front straight, our starters now showing him the black flag. There you go.
Yep, he understood at that time because he come completely off the throttle. Yeah. he definitely, you could hear him as he came by the start-finish line completely out of the throttle with that. So means he's going to have to come down pit lane here as well.
And what they are going to do at this point, Brian, his race isn't done. So he's going to come down the pit lane. He's going to get some counseling. Now, if he was not the only FE2 car out here, this would have essentially ruined a race for him.
A race would have been over for him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Given the situation here today where he's the only car, as long as he can make half the laps, he'll get get credit for the win. He'll get the points and everything else. And so with 14 laps remaining, that shouldn't be an issue.
So when he comes into his counseling, does he have to sit there for an hour and only paid for 50 minutes?
Absolutely. It's like jury duty.
What it is?
Yeah. It's like jury duty. The only difference is he's actually the one under. He's actually the defendant.
Does he have to sit there for an hour and technically it only counts as 50 minutes?
Yeah, exactly. All right. So he should come down, and there he is coming onto the pit lane now.
Yep. So and they'll wave him there, and then, like you said, they'll bring him into that box, into what we kind of refer to as our penalty box, right? He's going to get 2 minutes for sound, right? So they'll let him know what's going on, and if he chooses to go back out, he can go back out. But in this case, with only completing 10 laps, he has to go back out.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he's got to get to at least lap 13. So he's going to have to come back out. He's going to have to do what he can do, and he can just completely lift off the throttle when he gets down by there. So, and our cars now, Chaz Schaefer has now completed halfway in this. So, again, this goes back to as well, if he's going to come back out, he's got to come back out pretty quickly. He's going to go down to the attention of his crew. Looks like he's got some crew down there, and they just pointed at him saying, hey, we're not going to be able to do anything. Just go back out. So
go back out, lift.
Yeah, right.
Put the car in neutral. And just coast past not start finish, but coast past the sound control, folks, and you'll be okay.
Yep. When you get to the in between the two cutouts, lift until you get to the other side of the cutout. You know, we sit up here and we joke, but as you well know, and you and I both have got a lot of laps on this racetrack. It's hard to do. It is. You know, you want
to have your foot down.
Yeah, I mean, that is not a spot you want to lift, and that's kind of the real reason why, as I believe we have Schaefer coming back, or that's maybe Rick Silver right now. That is Chaz Schaefer.
Chaz Schaefer and Russell Straight now will rejoin the field. So you see, Brian, it wasn't an hour-long counseling session.
Well, I'm sure he's going to pay for an hour. He's going to pay for the hour, but he only got a couple minutes in there, so. Look, you know, it is something really hard to do, and where that is it's the spot that you're kind of full throttle, right? Yeah. There's no ifs, ands, or buts on that. It is a full throttle position where they are on the racetrack, and that is the reason why it is there.
Right.
Because that's exactly where you're not going to want to lift, because, you know, it basically will take over your entire lap. So, again, we'll see what he does and see how he does it, but I can almost guarantee you that he will lift the next couple of times, at least get to halfway, pick up that FE2 win, and move on. As Rick Silver now comes down, sets the fastest lap of the race in that number 26 machine, is that 1:19.623. So again, not close to where they ran yesterday. There's still, you know, quite a bit of what we call slick spots at this point, but pretty much for the most part, this track is really drying a lot quicker than I anticipated it to dry out on.
Yeah, and so Silver lapped about a second and a half faster than Chaz Schaefer did, both last lap and this lap as well. A little bit off that pace this time around. About 4/10 off, but still lapping faster than Schaefer. The only problem is, even now with 11 laps to go, he's more than 8.5 seconds back from our leader. Starting to show pace at the wrong time, or not. He's showing pace at the right time. It's just maybe a little bit too late. But Schaefer fully in control of this race. Jason Fraley just turned in his fastest lap of the race. He's lapping in the 1:22 range.
Keep an eye on that. Last time by, you know, as you were talking about, you know, maybe a little bit too late for Rick Silver, but they were on the same straightaway at the same time. Yeah. So he's definitely closed the gap. So we'll see kind of what we have here as it go. Here comes Chaz Schaefer now. Again, that car starting to that car looks like it's got a little bit of a push through there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Going through, and, you know, again, part of it yesterday when I was leaving was sitting up on the scales, kind of redoing the setup. So we'll see kind of where they do. That was a 1:24.21. We'll see what Silver does.
Yeah, let's check Silver. He's going to be coming across the start-finish line now.
He's cut that gap to 4.5 seconds. Yeah, 7.5 seconds.
Yeah, so knocked another 1.2 seconds off of Schaefer's pace. And, you know, again, Brian, don't ask me to do simple math, but that should put him. I mean, if he keeps up this pace and Schaefer doesn't pick up the pace much, Silver could be there in a position with maybe 2 laps to go.
Could be, yeah. Maybe even catch him at 2.5, maybe even 3, depending on what this next lap time is. But again, and it could be that because again, Schaefer had sticker tires on when he came down the grid. that we saw when he went out. So those things are probably just now getting ready to come in.
Unless they were sticker wet tires.
They may be. I mean, who knows? We'll have to see.
Highly unlikely that they were, but they could have been.
If they were, if they are, then that explains the being consistent in that 120 range, as opposed to Rick Silver going, in the 119s the last 2 laps.
Yeah, but I think we're going to see here, as Schaefer just put in his fastest lap of the session, he's starting to find a little bit of pace. It was still a second off of Silver, and I'll tell you, there, as I watched Silver circulate, there are so many places where he could find a little bit more speed, I think, where Silver could, for that matter, and be able to close this advantage that Schaefer has down considerably. I think, and I'm not sure how much non-event testing Chaz Schaefer does during the season or here at Summit. He's been racing here at Summit for 25 years, but as far as I know, it's only 1 race per year that Schaefer puts in here. So, Rick Silver out of Durwood, he's run a number of regional level races here, and I think he's had more seat time in the last 5 years at least here at Summit than Chaz Schaefer has.
Right. Well, he's definitely knocked that gap down over the last 3 laps. There's no doubt there. So that Rick Silver car coming in, it just looks so much better through here than Schaefer. Schaefer looks like that car wants to just wash all the way out to the exit of the corner, which in some cases probably isn't bad, but in an open wheel car, I would think you'd want it to be a little bit tighter than that.
Looks like good 1970s Formula One on early 1970s vintage tires, which are all grooved.
Well, Silver can now see Schaefer, so for a fact he just shaved off another 1.5 seconds, Greg. So that's down to 4.5 seconds here with 8 laps to go.
Attention in the paddock. Race Group 5, Big Bore, American Sedan, GT1, GT2, GTX, Super Touring Under, T1, T2, and T3. Please head to the grid. Race Group number 5, this is your first call to the grid.
Wait for them. We'll see what that gap is again. That's the closest battle that we have, especially because you've got Fraley and Straight, 2 different classes. Straight's going to be several laps down, at least 2 laps right now. He's just trying to get through this race, get through this session, although he has completed 15 laps, so he has completed the halfway point of it. So if he needed to pull in or wanted to pull in, he could. He would pick up that win.
Well, I say, and if he wanted to pull in, as long as he doesn't break sound control again, at which point I think he might get DQ'd.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Here, it's starting to turn out to be a very nice afternoon here. Again, albeit a little bit windy, and Brian, it really does surprise me. typically when you have a very damp track, and I think we've been aided a bit by the wind that picked up. That has really helped to clear off the track, because normally with only 4 cars circulating, you want those tires to be pushing the water away, and that just doesn't happen with 4 cars.
Right, correct.
This track has dried out much more quickly than I anticipated, which I think is going to be very good for our next race group for these cars that have very wide tires,
right?
And more importantly, I think quite a bit of torque that they're going to be able to get the power down when we go racing here again, as we've got 7 laps remaining here, or 6.5 laps actually, in this race. And then we'll have 2 more races on the afternoon. Next up, as you heard, going to be our Big Bore racers. And then we're going to round out the day with Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. And here we go, Brian. So Schaefer reset his personal best on the last lap, but he still gave up 7/10 to Rick Silver.
Yeah.
And as they come out of turn 10 onto the front straight, Silver continues to slice away at the margin. Let's see here as they cross the line. Remember, at one point, Silver was over 8 seconds back from Chaz Schaefer. It is now down to about 2.5 seconds, a little bit over 2.5. There you go, 2.67.
Yeah, like I said, Silver can see Schaefer now. So, again, going through that setup, obviously is not, Schaefer may not be, really happy right now with the way that car is handling And again, it's kind of hard for us to tell. I hope he's not on some type of a rain tire out there, because that would just mean that it is just burning up completely.
Yeah. Given the way this car is handling, I don't think that's the case.
No,
because
it would be a lot worse than that, and I think he'd be in the 23, 24 range, or minute 23, minute 24 range if he was on that. It would burn up that quick.
And one of our minions, Brian, has reached out to me, not on the YouTube chat, but mentioning that Jason Fraley, driver of the West WR 1000 machine out of Wellsville, Pennsylvania, had a bit of an incident here. Maybe he doesn't like precipitation, because heard that he may have fallen on the ice and actually done a lot of damage to himself. And so good to see that he's back out. Apparently had gone through multiple surgeries in order to repair whatever the ice did to him. And I'm guessing he would have done something like I would do, which is walk straight out of my house and take a header on the front porch. But good to see
someone
Jason
had
Fraley
back
back out there.
surgery just by putting fuel in a generator. Go figure, right? Who knows? Who would have thought? Now, there was other stuff that happened prior. That was the last straw.
The last straw, not the only straw.
Yeah. And sometimes I wish it was where we put fuel in with the straw. Would have been a heck of a lot lighter.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 4. Big bore racers, American Sedan, GT classes, Touring 1, 2, and 3, as well as STU. Please head to the grid. Race group number 5. This is your second call to the grid, as we've got just about 4 1/4 laps remaining here in our open wheel race, and Rick Silver continues to knock away at the advantage. Chaz Schaefer opened up to start this race as they come off turn 10 and onto the front straight. Both racers reset their personal bests, but Rick Silver knocks another 0.4 of a second off. Brian, but with 4 laps remaining, I don't know if that's going to be enough. He is still 2 seconds behind Chaz Schaefer. If he knocks 0.4, that would put him even with Schaefer at the end of this race. He wants to be ahead.
Well, I tell you what, Rick Silver, that last time going on turn 1, got a little bit too far left, got those tires kind of on that white paint going in. He's probably going to lose a little bit of time here on this lap unless he can really make it up on the backside of this racetrack. But you could definitely see where the left rear got in there. A little bit just too hot, got a little bit too slick there, and basically had to wait on it longer than I'm sure he anticipated. We'll see what he does here. But, yeah, both drivers setting their fastest lap the last time by, and you still lost 0.4 if you're the leader, so you're just holding on.
And look at both Schaefer, and Schaefer almost pitches it off on the exit of turn 8. Both Schaefer and Silver with the rear end just penduluming from side to side, left to right as they came out of the carousel and then into turn 8. And where I was saying, Brian, that early on I thought Rick Silver, that there were some places that I thought he could make up some time, specifically at turn 8 coming up the hill. I thought was one of them, that he was maybe turning in a little late, where Schaefer was opening that corner up, letting the car drift out, but having the wheel set up nice and straight to power up the hill. And it almost caught Schaefer out that time through, whereas Silver, I think, is still, being a little bit conservative. I'm wondering if he just, threw caution to the wind, if he could get up to Schaefer even a little bit sooner here, as we've got 3 laps remaining.
Well, again, as I said last time by Silver, right? He went down into turn 1, got them left side tires on the white paint as you turned into turn number 1, lost the whole nose of that car. Had to basically wait on it, could not get back on the throttle where he wanted to, where he had been the last couple of laps. Took that 1.9 second gap. Now that's back up to 3.6. So again, huge loss right there. And I think the other thing too, Greg, is the tires are probably equalizing out amongst both of those competitors too, right? So
and
they're probably
Schaefer a little bit more conservative through 8 than I think he's been all race long. I think that kind of scared him a little bit. They thought he should dial it back just a little.
Well, you also got him coming up on the prototype car,
Fraley,
right? So you get that dirty air that comes off that prototype car that goes in there, and it changes the handling and the characteristics of Chaz Schaefer's car in certain turns, and one of them obviously was in turn number 8. Now, you're going to see that flag down there to Jason Fraley, but again, that dirty air plays a huge factor.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if Silver has a problem, Greg, because he is now down 6.1 seconds.
Yeah, he started to come off, definitely started to come off the pace that last time by. I mean, it doesn't sound bad. He's in the 120 range, but again, that was almost 2 seconds actually for him, almost 2.5 seconds off his fastest lap of the race, and. And it could very well be, Brian, also when he had that one bad lap, he kind of realized,
if I pushed it too much, it's going to be even worse.
Right, exactly. So we'll just settle in and let this race run. As Chaz Schaefer's now going to make his way through turn 8 and up the hill, and when he crosses the start finish line, there'll be one lap remaining for him here at Summit Point as he's looking to take his second race win of the weekend in Formula Continental. And again, our 2007 Continental National Champion as he returns to form here at Summit Point.
Yep.
And as Fraley crosses the line, continues to lose some pace there. That last time, well, actually he picked up some time over the prior lap. At a 1:19.7, unfortunately, about a second and a half off of what Schaefer had run. So whereas Silver had knocked Schaefer's advantage down to about 2 seconds just a few laps ago, we're now at over 7.5. Yeah, and I think at this point, again, he recognizes the situation and he's probably just dialed the car back to make sure that he brings it home. No sense at this point in pushing, knowing that he probably wouldn't get up to Chaz Schaefer even if he did.
Yeah, 3 of those cars right there the next time they come by, since Schaefer went by Jason Fraley in that prototype. When those 3 come by, they're going to end up getting that checker flag, so which means the last car that's going to be on the track just now heading down into turn number 1 will be Russell Straight. So again, going to be a pretty big gap between we get back to that and our last car there.
All right, as Chaz Schaefer comes down the front straight, checkered flags in the air, and your winner for the second day in a row, out of Catlett, Virginia, driving his Van Diemen RF00, it is Chaz Schaefer, your winner in Continental. Rick Silver will finish second. Jason Fraley, our sole racer in the prototype class, will finish third overall, and then Russell Straight will finish 3 laps down in fourth, our sole FE2 racer. Brian, before we take our break, I want to mention we got Downforce 9 back in the chat. Earlier on, he said he couldn't wait for the Quattros and the Supers to come out and race in the rain. Now he's saying, glad the track dried off.
Tomato, right? Not really sure what you wanted to see. Trust me, there's a few drivers coming up in the next group that wish it was still
wet. Yeah, exactly. Yep. And I see one in a bright red with a black hood on the grid right now. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Final call for race group 5. Big bore, GT1 and 2, GTX, American Sedan, STU, T1, T2, and T3 racers. This is your final call to the grid. So let's take a break. We'll be back with more racing action here from Summit Point. It's a 2026 SCCA US Majors Tour. We'll be right back.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley.
RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway in the 2026 U.S. Major Tour presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and David Lance along with Spencer Gaynor. And next up, our big bore racers. We go from open wheels to the big ground pounders. Let's take a look at the starting order. Scheduled to start on pole today, and Brian, I don't see him out there. Scheduled to be Joseph Joseph Gaudet. We have a couple of racers up towards the front that did not make the grid. Joseph Gaudet in his Touring 1 Corvette, not on grid. Then we got Corey Markovitz. He is going to be your pole sitter today, driving the number 18 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. Of course, he's racing in the GT2 class. Tim Rubright in the number 77 Touring 1 Mustang. He has made the grid, so he's going to start on the outside of the front row. Then we've got the Touring 2 Audi RS3, let's try that again. The STU Audi A4, the Warwick Auto Parts machine out of Lidditz, Pennsylvania, driven by two-time STU National Championship. He's going to start alongside Darren Treacle, driving the number 70 STU BMW 325. John Weisberg in his STU entry, the BMW Z4 out of Webster, New York, in the Berg Racing Redline entry. And then we've got Let's see. Alan Phillips in the Turf Trade Ford Mustang. I believe he has made the grid as well. That's the number 46 machine. He's out of Glassboro, New Jersey. Rob Hines in the Touring 3 Nissan 350Z, the Tech Sport Hoosier G-Lock Brakes Nissan out of Arlington, Virginia. Now we got Anthony Pacelli driving the 114 Subaru Impreza. Isn't he glad he brought that car out for the dry weather? He's out of Mowertown, Virginia. Danny Richardson, our American sedan pole sitter, driving the number 22 Hoosier Auto Gear Chevy Camaro. He's out of Durwood, Maryland. James Jost did not make the grid. He was scheduled to run in his American sedan Mustang. That leaves us with Mike Herbert in the BMW 240i, the red BMW on the inside there, and on the outside, driving the yellow number 32 American sedan Chevy Camaro, Kelly Lubosh as the starter gives the green flag, and we are racing once again here at Summit Point as Corey Markovitz in that GT3 Cup car just rockets away from the rest of the field. Chip Herr, who was saving his STU Audi for what he thought was going to be wet weather racing. He's to the outside right now as Darren Treacle's rear-wheel drive BMW tries to come right underneath the Audi that Herr took to 2 national championships in the class. Right behind, it is John Weisberg and Rob Hines. Weisberg in the BMW Z4, that's another STU machine, and then Rob Hines, he's your T3 pole sitter.
Tell you what, Greg, our STU battle, that's going to come down to the very end between her and Darren Trinkle along with John Weisberg. We saw both of them yesterday where the Trinkle and the Weisberg went all the way down to the end, so look for that to happen as well.
Tell you what, add Chip Herr into the mix too today with that all-wheel drive Audi A4. He's actually going to power around the inside of Markovitz now, so move her up to the top spot. Use the all-wheel drive power there through the carousel to get by that rear-wheel drive Porsche Cup car.
Hey, real quick, speaking of Chip Herr, we don't want to belabor it too much. Happy 14th birthday to his twins.
His twin daughters.
His twin daughters.
Wait, they both have a birthday. They both have a birthday today?
They share the same birthday.
Oh, twins. Got it. Yes. They're, well, and their mother is a twin as well.
Correct.
So I mean that's great. So Chip's got double the birthday cake waiting as soon as he finishes this race. But David, as you were saying, Chip made that move down in really one of the tighter sections of the course, going through 6A and 6B, where the all-wheel drive Audi, I would expect it to maybe understeer a little bit and be a little bit tight in that section of the course. He was able to get it to rotate very well to power past that Porsche.
Very, very shockingly, too. I mean, and he's actually pulling away on the straightaways here, too, a little bit. He's covering, about the same car length now to Corey Markovitz, and then keep Darren Treacle and John Weisberg behind him. I talked to Treacle a little bit last night about how his race went yesterday, and he told me, he said, look, with Chip Herr coming into the mix today for STU, my goal is to stay right with Chip Herr. He said, if I can stay to the back of him for the entire race, I think I can have a shot at him towards the end right now. So let's see. Treacle he's like, if I might have a car in a way, this could be, affected a little bit as what's happening right now as he's stuck behind the Markovitz machine.
Yeah, and that's going to be a challenge, Brian, because the one issue that all-wheel drive Audi would have in dry weather is that it's probably going to eat up the tires quite a bit more than the very well balanced BMW. And did we just have, I thought maybe we had a car go off on driver's left.
No, we had Anthony Pacelli kind of right on the back bumper of Rob Hines in the number 4 machine in that T3. That's that battle for the overall in T3. Pacelli got a great run out of turn number 9.
And Rob Hines now is going to stay right up behind him, too. So will he pop to the inside, looks to go to the outside. Pacelli covers that inside lane. Going to make Hines go all the way around Pacelli now. Will block now to the outside. So really on the defensive to keep Hines behind him.
And, Greg, I guess you don't have to show up early in the morning to race Group 5. You show up 15 minutes beforehand.
Yeah, you just rolled it off the trailer, rolled it onto the grid. Although, in looking at this, it looks like the Nissan is maybe a little bit stronger in a good portion of this course. Maybe it would behoove Pacelli, rather than keeping that Nissan behind, because we know what he wants to do is he wants to be able to get up to the Z4 and he wants to be able to get up to the BMW, is maybe he lets Rob Hines pull him up there rather than fighting to keep him behind.
Yeah. Well, again, right now leading that T3, Anthony Pacelli. Those are the 2 drivers only in P3.
Oh, yeah.
So that is the battle.
Why was I thinking that Pacelli was in another STU car? So
he is in T3 with Rob Hines.
Yeah.
So Here comes your overall leaders here. Chip Herr leading in STU again. And I'm a little shocked by Corey Markovich because he ran really well and won the overall in this group yesterday.
Yeah.
In the heat. And so a little bit further, back than I would think that they won. Again, these drivers are still 3.5, 4 seconds slower than what they ran yesterday. And now Markovich, just as I said it must be another microphone or another speaker in his car.
Well, you said yesterday that Chip Herr should be listening to us on the radio.
Yeah. Well,
maybe Corey took the advice as well. And in doing so, has allowed now Derek Treacle to get right to the back of the Audi. I mean, the Treacle, when he was stuck behind the Markovich machine, was about 8 car lengths back, and he's now right there. And we'll talk to John Weisberg about how to carry speed through turn 5, as he's keeping that car all the way over driver's left and really opening up turn 5 to come through there. But I think losing some speed down through the chute, down through the fastest portion of the course, and that's what's keeping that 4-length gap there from Treacle back to Weisberg.
Really good run here. Corey Markovich is probably got to be thinking, what do I got to do to get away from these STU guys? Because they are like all over me right now. But this is where you're going to see a little bit of that Porsche going to be able to open up down the front stretch a little bit. As we come down out of turn number 10, you're going to see Darren Treacle right there going to look like he's going to try to pull out and go driver's left to try to make that pass.
And as they come down under braking into turn number 1, he's to the outside, and he does draft past the Audi. Treacle now taking over the lead in STU, move the Audi back to second in class with John Weisberg very close behind. And to see Treacle make that move from the outside, Brian, maybe a little bit surprising there. But again, if he can force her to tighten up corners, it's going to put that Audi at a disadvantage, especially later on in the race when he starts to run those tires off.
Yeah, I mean, they made the pass on driver's left. I'm not sure where, why Chip kind of moved over to the center of that, of the front stretch here, but kind of left the whole open lane driver's left there. So.
So it sounds like we're having a sound penalty come in for the number 32 Chevy Camaro. That's the A sedan of Lubbock in the 9th position overall. So a couple of cars this afternoon getting popped for sound.
Yeah, and so not a penalty at this point. He's going to get 3 strikes before they do anything, but he's going to be warned that he's got that first strike coming up. They'll give him the soundboard at the start-finish line to let him know that might be an issue. And part of that, Brian, might be based on just the high level of humidity that we have in the air here now, as John Weisberg comes underneath the Audi, move Weisberg now up into second, drop Chip Herr into 3rd position in STU.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Chip Herr, though, we're kind of a little unfamiliar seeing him drop so far back. But the question is, though, this is a 25-lap race. So is he probably just saving the equipment for now and maybe kind of, push a little bit more towards the end of this race as he's right up on the back end of Weisberg, going to pop to the outside, turn number 5, almost a bit of contact there with Chip Herr right on the back bumper of the BMW.
Well, it's interesting, David, watching Weisberg come down there as Chip Herr started shading to driver's right. It kind of forced Weisberg into what would be a more normal line. And in that, he was able to carry probably more speed through that sequence than he has all race long.
I was just getting ready to say that. It kind of forced him to go into the, one of the better of the 2 lines to go through there. So, and again, if you've ever followed Chip on social media, he does not like contact with that Audi.
No, not
that Audi is his baby.
Yeah, so for those of you maybe following along for the first time, the Audi A4 that Chip Herr is racing is the same Audi that he raced for Champion Audi, or probably Stasis Audi, my apologies, in the early 2000s in Pirelli World Challenge in the touring car class. The car had been sold, and he found it and purchased the car going back, I believe it was, Brian, in 2020, I think late 2021, when he purchased the car. He campaigned it all year in 2022 and has been running it ever since. But yeah, that car more than anything else is his baby. He has bought and sold race cars over the years, but that one, since he regained ownership of it, I don't think he's ever going to let it out of his sight.
I think
again.
that was the car he had his first win in,
Yeah.
in that professional racing. So again, wanting to get that back in the stable and has just really, ran that over the last couple of years periodically.
Tell you what, and then there's a fun story here with the second place, this blue BMW 325 that Darren Treacle runs. That also used to be a former Techmark competition in GMG BMW that James Sofronis used to run in Sofronis. Right. And I was talking to Treacle Friday night, just talking a little bit about this car, and he told me, he said there's a little crumple somewhere on one of the back corners of the car and everything. There's a little crumple there there was a bit of contact. The story is that Chip Herr, that might be caused by Chip Herr
so when Sofronis was behind the wheel?
Yeah,
okay.
believe it was 2008 Lime Rock, he told me, where Sofronis was, I believe, a lap car and Chip was trying to get by him. And I think Chip had enough and kind of just bumped him a little bit in the back end and kind of, crumpled that one of those quarters there. So that's the story, apparently. Again, might have to talk to Chip about that a little more, but
might have to talk to Jay.
Definitely. A little fun story here, just between, the history of these two World Challenge cars.
Yeah.
Seven, what is it? The 7 connections of Chip Herr.
That's right.
That's what it's going to be called now.
It's not Kevin Bacon, it's Chip Herr.
Yep, 7 connections of Chip Herr.
That's right.
Tell you what, time's starting to come down a little bit now, too. 119.9, the last time run by Corey Markovitz on the last lap here. 7 laps in, still 18 laps to go. And compared to yesterday...
About a second off.
Yeah, so we're still, not same...
A second and a half.
Yes, cooler temperatures today, obviously, still some of the... We're still on a really dry track now. Pretty much a lot of that water and moisture is going away. So as Chip Herr, though, looks to the inside and almost touches the grass there coming into turn number 10.
Well, and again, Chip Herr, he's going to use every last inch of pavement that he can find to try to open up those corners. With the Audi, the challenge is you don't want to bind up the front wheel, you don't want to bind the suspension up, just because of that all-wheel drive drivetrain creates more challenges here. And you can see there as he has the rear end walk out on him as he came through that one remaining puddle that is still there all the way driver's left. We saw the big wisps of water. That probably more than anything is advantageous for him, where it would affect almost every other car on track. Now, what is surprising me is that Darren Treacle has been able to keep up with the Porsche Markovitz, and I think Markovitz, to some extent, is pulling Treacle down the front straight and allowing them to keep that advantage over John Weisberg and Chip Herr. Now, a little bit further back, we saw early on, Brian, that battle in Touring 3 with Anthony Pacelli in the Subaru, Rob Hines in the Nissan, as they're just now coming through the carousel. And Pacelli has opened up about a 3.5 second advantage. Here they come towards us right now. And we see where Pacelli's having his challenges with all-wheel drive, as that car is just pitching and sliding from edge of the track to edge of the track. He's going to need to make sure that he can keep the tires underneath him. The downside with the Nissan is it is a very, very heavy car, and he could put a heck of a load, Rob Hines, on the front brakes of that Nissan. So they've both got their challenges over this longer race, as we've got now about 15, actually just now 16 laps remaining.
Yeah. Another shout out here to American Sedan. Again, we didn't have James Jost running due to the incident that he had yesterday, I believe, during one of the qualifying sessions. But again, Daniel Richardson in that 22 machine, again, 2-time national champion in that class, having a little bit of a back injury this weekend. Happened, I think, on either Thursday night or Friday a little bit. So he's been struggling a little bit getting in and out of the car. Again, was talking to Chip last night. I didn't see Danny during the dinner, but Chip said that he was pretty sore in that it was very tough to really race.
Well, it's a good thing then, because I was talking to Danny's crew chief mom, Pam, who said
the real boss.
Definitely the real boss in the Richardson Racing stable. And so Danny had a brush with the concrete wall at Road America at the runoffs during qualifying last year. The car was a bit bent up, and they just got it repaired. Finished getting the repairs done about 2 weeks ago. And Pam mentioned to me last night that for the first time in about 3 years, you could actually open and close the driver's side door on that car. So the fact that he can barely move around now is probably a good thing. As we've got our first retirement, Mike Herbert in the number 62, Touring 2 BMW out of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. He brings the car down the pit lane. and stops almost immediately at the very first pit stall. I think one of his crew members talking to him. We'll see if that car makes it out, but the way he came out of the throttle, Brian, at the tail end of the carousel and up the hill, I suspect he is probably done for the day.
See, it looks like somebody's looking inside the window there, kind of talking, looking at it, but
looking to see if it's the same driver that took the green flag. All right, sounds like John Weisberg just had a little challenge right here going through the carousel, and I think that may have freed up Chip Herr just a little bit. Now let's see here as they come through, and they just left our shot. Let's move forward if we can.
Yeah, there they are.
There we go.
Right
okay,
there,
so Weisberg, he went all the way off into the grass, managed to gather it back up, but Chip Herr still hounding him there.
Well, he had opened up, about 3 car lengths over Chip Herr last time by, and so that brought Chip back in. So yeah, that is the battle right there for in STU. That's going to be the battle for second and third. Is now it looks like Chip's going to try to do the same thing Weisberg did, going inside, maybe going to try to do an over-under there. It doesn't look like that's going to be able to stick. As you see them coming out of turn number 2, and you're going to see there's Weisberg flashing the lights to Kelly Lubosch saying, hey guys, we're coming through here.
And they're going to get to Lubosch at the worst possible time as Weisberg goes door to door with Lubosch through turn 3. That allows Chip Herr to come up along the left-hand side. The problem is Lubosch, he's right in the center of the track.
Yeah.
Typically 3 cars wide, but these are all very wide cars. Now Chip Herr should be able to come underneath, beat Lubosch to turn 6.
Yeah.
We'll see as they come into the carousel. That's exactly what happens. And Weisberg is able to follow him through. Lubosch didn't make it easy for him, but both STU racers get by all the while through that whole sequence there, David. That's going to open things up for our STU leader, Darren Treacle, who still continues to just follow our overall leader. You can see now the gap from Treacle back to Chip Herr, our new second-place runner in the class.
A little bit of a wiggle there for Weisberg as he was coming down the hill in the braking zone. But yeah, Darren Treacle, I think this is a perfect scenario for him right now. You're kind of got about a 6-second gap, I believe, about a 4-second gap to Chip Herr and them. So it's hoping these two can battle. And again, Weisberg, though, just that car is not really stable under the braking zones, where he kind of gets a little bit on the brake and he gets farther into the braking zone, and it just, it's just not handling well.
Yeah, yesterday we talked a little bit about the development cycle on the Z4. Has been, it's running a couple years now. It got stunted originally, the very first event out for the car. Weisberg had some issues at Watkins Glen International, and but it has slowly but surely been coming to him. But it does appear as though, at least in a straight line, I think the Audi's a little stronger. And also, Chip Herr has been racing here. I know you'd never know it from looking at Chip, but he has been racing here at Summit Point, I think, since 2000 or 2001. So that's what, 45 years now. But 25 plus years. He's been racing here since he was a teenager, and he got a start in Spec Miata in the very early days of Spec Miata, and he's using that to his advantage right now, John Weisberg, without the track knowledge that Chip Herr has, and we've seen now just in the last 2 laps, Chip Herr opening up almost 6 car lengths on the BMW.
And he just set the race overall best lap at a 1:19.807. So starting to, turn on the heat a little bit. Like I said, maybe saving some of that car for later in the race. So Chip Herr, that will hopefully we'll see these times maybe start dropping as we get to near 10 laps to go.
And again, starting to reel in Darren Treacle a little bit. Again, he was a full second faster that last lap by. So again, I think you said it earlier on too, David, right? Really at this point, it's about being smooth at the beginning. Let them go ahead and go on out there, use some of their tires in their car and use up some of that so that I can reel them back in at a certain point.
Yeah, and given that Treacle is now fallen fully out of the draft of Markovitz, he's going to have to run this on his own. And the last time around, Herr made up almost a full second on Darren Treacle. And there is so much time remaining that when Markovitz and Treacle and Herr and Weisberg cross the start-finish line, they will have 11 laps remaining. Will be working lap number 15 out of 25. And again, as it stands right now, this is a race that likely will finish based on laps, as they all have today, as this is scheduled for 25 laps or 50 minutes, whichever comes first.
Let me tell you something. Chip Herr, he wins the award for, I'm going to call it paddock hide and seek. Every time I try to go down there, maybe try to find him, talk to him for a little bit, I can't ever find him near his paddock saw.
You were just overlooking him based off height thing, because compared to you and him.
See, and I thought it was because he was just off washing your motorhome, Brian.
We did have that conversation last night. So,
all right, so
him and my wife.
So Chip Herr did race yesterday, not in this car, not in this class, however. Chip Herr was your winner in Touring 2. He brought out his Audi RS3 LMS TCR car. That is a car that he took to second in the STU National Championships. It had been, over the winter, reclassed into the Touring 2 class here. And Chip Herr, Darren Treacle, all he's going to see right now is the black hood and the dark grille with that, it's not the Olympic signal, but the 5 rings of pain, I guess. Chip Herr closing things down now as they come into turn 10 and get ready to complete lap number 15.
Well, when they came down in turn 5 that last time, Mike Herbert, who did return back out to the racetrack, kind of got in the way there of Darren Treacle, and kind of did the same thing where they had the battle with Kelly Lubash. Is they tried to split him there, and they could not do that. Treacle had to move to one side. Chip had the better line, and you can see now where that has actually propelled him up to right on the back bumper of that number 7.
All right, and John Weisberg now having to contend with Mike Herbert in the Touring 2 BMW as Herbert has rejoined the field. Weisberg gets past him under braking going into turn 1, but now Weisberg almost 5 full seconds back from Treacle and Herr in that battle for the lead in STU.
Pretty good battle, a little bit further back too. We'll talk about it here. We'll keep it on that other battle, but between Alan Phillips and that T2 machine and that number 46 and Daniel Richardson, they came down into turn 1, and Alan Phillips went dead right down into turn 1, an unorthodox line that we've been talking about here down there, and then turned around and
Gonna pause you real quick, Brian. Change for lead now in STU. Chip Herr got by Darren Treacle there, coming in and about in the middle of 6, and is starting to now pull away a little bit. So he's opened the gap up to now about 2 to 3 car lengths as they come onto the front straightaway.
All right, well, let's see if we can find where again, not an in-class battle, Brian, but Danny Richardson and Alan Phillips, the American sedan Chevy Camaro, the white and blue number 22, and Alan Phillips in that black Ford Mustang, the turf trade machine, where they are.
Should be coming up through turn 9, probably getting ready to come up into turn 10 here momentarily.
There. I think they just left our shot. Here they come, right behind Kelly Lubash's American sedan, as they're going to put the Lubash machine a lap down.
Yeah, I mean, Alan Phillips went dead stick right to try to make that turn. Daniel held up onto his line, knew that over-under was going to work perfectly, and came all the way down there. It looks like we got one car, gentlemen, that's down in the...
Yeah, it's the number 40 machine.
Yeah, that is.
That is John Weisberg in his STU BMW Z4, and he's got the rear wheels, Brian, buried about a foot deep in the gravel. I don't think he's going anywhere.
Yeah.
And, I've been in that position in that gravel trap. One, it's horrible to know that you can't get out, but you can see cars coming down when they start coming straight at you at 140 miles an hour or so, and it's the worst feeling in the world because you're just staring them straight down.
Yep. Absolutely. So now you're going to have that standing yellow there. Again, that's going to cause a little bit of a problem until you get past that incident. You got to kind of slow down a little bit in there, and you can definitely see right there on that camera that car is buried. That's going to take a lot to pull that car out.
Attention in the paddock. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers, race group number 6, please head to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
going to send the rescue truck out there to try and do a hot pull here. So it's going to be covered under a yellow, so drivers can see now, and they're not able to pass when it gets these yellows. So this is going to be very interesting to see how they pull this car out, just because of the way it's set, where it's basically pointed straight across the track.
Let's see if if they can just pull him out like that, or maybe even hook him up to the rear and drag it around. By the way, Brian, I think I said earlier that the Audi was 5 rings. That would be one more ring of hell. I mean, one more bit of pain and contention if you had an Audi. It's actually 4 rings.
Yeah.
It's the Olympic symbol that's 5 rings.
Adding more power that really didn't need to be there, right?
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking about all the years that Audi had 5-cylinder motors, and that's where I was coming. I want to thank Shirley Thompson for reminding me of how horrible I am. She even sent me a photo of the
differences?
of the logo. Yeah, exactly.
So as we follow this Richardson and Phillips battle, let me tell you something. I got to know a little bit about Alan Phillips, just talking around, talking to drivers, meeting people this weekend. We saw him a couple weeks ago back at the regional Mars event. Right. Had a really good battle in Torn 2. Well, got to talk to him a little bit, and let me tell you something. Alan Phillips is definitely the spirit of the SCCA. It is never too late to start racing. He was about a couple years ago when he was 59, went out to the Ron Fellows Corvette driving school out in Nevada, and immediately got hooked on it. He said he came back to Jersey, where he's from, bought a Mazda RX-7, started racing that for a couple years up in the Northeast region, and then a couple years bought a couple of Mustangs, 2014 Mustangs, as they get the Weisberg machine freed now.
Good.
So he is finally out of the gravel trap. But yeah, I started racing Mustangs for a couple of years after, racing RX-7, and then just bought this 2020 Mustang. He's 65 years old, and he said he is really here for a good time, just here for the fun. He does not care about whatever, but just racing.
There we go. Very cool. Like you said, that is the spirit of the SCCA. Is Weisberg now trying to shake out. He won't have problems making weight, Brian, because he's got about 30 extra pounds of gravel in the back of the car right now. That car has got to be very uncomfortable to drive, and I've been in that position because the gravel, it finds itself into the bushings and the bearings that make up and hold the suspension pieces together. The car just ends up feeling very, very different.
Yeah. And again, when he came back on, he kind of was, rocking the car there a little bit to try to get all that out. It's going to be interesting to see how much gravel we have kind of from that, that turn 2 exit up through there. He did stay really all the way over to driver's left, which was actually really good to do.
So we see Chip Herr now starting to catch up to the back of Corey Markovitz now. So Markovitz, we thought he was going to have the STU cars run away from it. It seems that Chip Herr now is starting to catch back up to him. So let's see who might get the overall win here. We still got 6 laps to go, and Chip Herr is running about only really a few tenths ahead right now of Markovitz lap time-wise. So
attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 drivers. This is your second call to the grid. Your race, the final race of the weekend, is next.
Yeah, that's starting to... Definitely that STU battle starting to open up. I tell you what, if we can, Spencer, let's go back. We've got these 3 cars right here kind of opening up. I want to go back to the Daniel Richardson Alan Phillips battle because it's gotten kind of interesting again, where Daniel Richardson made a pass on him, and I believe they're probably going to be down somewhere around turn 6, maybe right about now, right there. Again, you got the Weisberg machine behind them. Phillips was able to close the gap a little bit. Danny got really loose going in the middle of turn 1. You could see the car break away right when he got back on the throttle a little bit, and that allowed Phillips to catch right back up to him. Again, this is not a battle in class, but this is a battle that's been overall going on the entire 20 laps right now. And I tell you what, Phillips hasn't been more than a car length and a half behind Danny almost the entire race.
And there are such huge differences. Never mind the fact that Mustang is running on about 25 years newer than the third-gen Camaro that Danny Richardson is driving. But Phillips has anti-lock brakes. That car could have traction control. I'm not positive that particular model year does. But Danny Richardson certainly without that kind of advantage. Also, I believe Richardson on more narrow tires than what the Mustang is driving.
Right.
And at this point here, the Mustang, though, in that race may now be run as John Weisberg, as he's now getting back up to speed after his off just a few laps ago.
Yeah.
Now is right in the middle, although it looks like he's about ready, and he might be in a position to put Richardson a lap down. Richardson, who's been lapping in the 122, 123 range, and Weisberg has been down almost 2.5 seconds faster than that at times during this race.
Yeah, well, John Weisberg is 2 laps down to Danny
Correct.
Richardson. So he's if he does go by him, or when he does go by him, I have a feeling he's going to here momentarily. It'll just move him
Yeah,
up.
unlap him once.
Yeah, it'll just put him down only 1 lap instead of 2.
No, and he pops to the inside, but I think he might be a little bit too far back there in order to make the pass, and he is Richardson. Just talking about the advantages that the disadvantages that Richardson Camaro has compared to some of the newer equipment, like anti-lock brakes, and yet Richardson was able to go so much deeper than the BMW. As we've got coming onto the pit lane again, Mike Herbert in the 62 BMW's made his second run down the pit lane. Team's looking over the car now.
Yeah. Going back, like I said, when he came in before, kind of went back out, tried to get some lines, gave away to a lot of the drivers. So again, probably still trying to figure out what's going on with that BMW. Again, hadn't talked about the T3 battle, which really is no longer a battle. Once Anthony Pacelli got by Rob Hines in that Subaru, got by that 350, that Nissan, it kind of opened it up now. He's got about, I'd say probably 11.5 second lead, almost 12-second lead.
Yeah, exactly. And so downforce 9. First off, he's calling Chip Lord of the Rings, and I guess maybe he was ready for a Subaru to come out and show its stuff here, even in the dry, as Anthony Pacelli has made his car so far, and this is something I don't want to jinx, has made his car last almost all the way through this extended race. And as we saw yesterday, he had some mechanical issues, had to retire early. So good to see as he took the car back to the shop and got it back ready. He's back out on track. There's Pacelli now as he's going to follow Kelly Lubosch through turn 10 and step around. And Pacelli now running 4th overall and somewhere north of, as you said, north of 12 seconds up on Robbie Hines.
Yeah, we're still going to have 2 laps to go here, Greg. So there's still a race. We still haven't made it to the checker flag, so don't try.
I know. Look, I'm trying to do the anti-announcer's curse.
I think that was the theme a couple weeks ago. Anytime we said something bad would, something would go on a car or something, it just was not our week.
Like I said, I reserve that for both iRacing and also for the Super Tour broadcast, where the stakes are so much higher.
I tell you, looking at Rob, I mean, again, running T3, and he does this every now and then. I haven't seen Rob run any of the SM races this year. I think he's out here going to probably try to run this T3 car, all the way through the rest of the season. Focus on that, get that ready to come to hopefully run out to Wisconsin here later in the year.
Exactly, and the T3 car, the Nissan 350Z, who had been for a number of years, I think, under-tired for the class, especially given the weight of the Nissan. Both it and the 370Z had just been given a wider section with tire, and so I think Rob trying to come to grips, literally, with the new tire layout for those cars. As Kari Markovitz, as he crosses the start-finish line, now working the final lap here at Summit Point, and Chip Herr is started to close things up just a little bit on Markovitz, a little bit at a time, couple tenths at a time, but Darren Treacle now almost 3 seconds back from Chip Herr, and so Herr, who came out of the gate like gangbusters, Brian, and then, as we, and actually as David surmised, perhaps was dialing it back early on in the race so that he'd have the equipment ready to go for the last half, has just been, as he always is, incredibly consistent. Once he got the lead, he hasn't really had to do much to hold off Darren Treacle and go to what could be a very easy win here, taking his second win in a row, albeit in different classes, in T2 yesterday, in STU today. Your GT2 winner coming out of the final corner right now and onto the front straight, taking the checkered flag for the second day in a row, Corey Markovitz. Chip Hurt will take the win in STU with Darren Treacle finishing second in class. Then it will be Anthony Pacelli. I don't want to say it yet because there's still time. We'll just say Kelly Lubosh crosses the line here. There he is coming over the crest of the hill. He'll finish second in American Sedan behind Danny Richardson. Finishes a couple laps down. And here comes Pacelli out of the final corner now. And on to the front straight. Headlights ablaze and headlights on for safety. Anthony Pacelli is going to take the win today in Touring 3. Rob Hines will finish in second. And taking the win in American Sedan, as we said, would be Danny Richardson. Who does that leave? That leaves our Touring 2 winner, Alan Phillips, as he follows Danny Richardson down the front straight. Two class winners. Alan Phillips, your Touring 2 winner, with Mike Herbert finishing in second. So that is going to wrap things up for our Big Bore race. And gentlemen, that means just one more to go here from Summit Point and the 2026 U.S. Majors Tour. It is Spec Racer 4 drivers, please head to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 drivers, this is your final call to the grid. And like magic, Brian, I know we can't see it on this shot here, but just over the little fence on the left there is a whole line of Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers ready to go, and you'll see them next here in just a few moments. Stay with us.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It is the 2026 SCCA U.S. Majors Tour presented by the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. I'm Greg, along with Brian and David and Spencer. And gentlemen, one last race. And we've got on the pace lap here a driver trying to get some heat in the tires off into the tire wall. Drivers left. That was the 87 car of John Ryan. Just as I'm getting ready to run down the starting order, and he's now backed the car off the wall. And I'm going to go and I'm going to start running down the order, Brian, if we can listen to the radio and see what they decide to do in the meantime. Starting on pole today, driving the number 55 Surf Shop Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 from Boyd's, Maryland, Sam Schechter. Jeffrey Lehner in the Johnstown Autoports car out of Gloversville, New York, scheduled to start on the outside of the front row. Michael Perotti in the Perotti Fitness entry, representing the New York region, driving the number 31 car, starting third with Richard Herman in the number 0 car, representing the Washington, D.C. region, is Richard Herman. John Ryan, who we just saw go into the wall on the pace lap on the front straight. He's managed to get the car off the wall. He's scheduled to start 5th. And we are getting word now that we're going to have at least one more pace lap here as John Ryan going to lose his starting position. The Belmont, Pennsylvania driver was scheduled to start 5th. You cannot retake your position on a pace lap. Then we've got Jeff Valentino driving the number 68 entry, representing the New York region, starting in 6th. Starting 7th, the number 27 entry of Theo Pepes. Theo's out of Clifton, New Jersey, representing the Northern New Jersey region. Then starting 8th, driving the number 97 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, the Doggone Racing entry of Jared Odrick. Odrick, your 2023 GT2 National Champion and Kimberly Cup Award winner. Mike Anderson, 3-time Formula Continental Champion, 99, 01, and 03. Well, he starts 9th on the field today. He is out of Green Pond, New Jersey, representing the Northern New Jersey region, and he drives the white number 15 car. Tom Kirchman, Mr. 10th, will be starting 10th on the field today, driving the number 62 car. He's out of Framingham, Massachusetts, representing the New England region. Tom Riley, driving the number 11 car. I guess he'd be Mr. 11 because he's in the 11 car. He's starting 11th. He's in the Track Consulting entry out of New Fairfield, Connecticut. J. Mark Wendling, starting 12th today. He's in the number 3 Doggone Racing entries from Littlestown, Pennsylvania. Nikki Ruman Skinner out of Washington, D.C. proper in the McNichols Racing, Ruman Racing, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, the number 23 car, starting lucky 13th. Jeff Harold is in the number 88 car. He is representing the Steel Cities region. He's from Beaver, Pennsylvania. He starts 14th. Kenneth Riley in the Motion Dynamics car, representing the New England region in the number 47 machine, starts 15th. And then we've got John Brumder. John is driving the 06 car. He's from Winchester, Virginia, just a few miles outside the gate here at Summit Point. He starts 16th. And then rounding out the 7-car field, driving the number 67 Surf Shop entry from Fogelsville, Pennsylvania, representing the Philadelphia region, it's Ron Rice.
John Ryan made the right-hand turn, came down pit road. He is now back into the back paddock again. That's a product of just because the sun is out and you've had cars out there, these tires are cold coming off that pit lane. Looks like he tried to move right to left, and when he did, that car got away from it. As soon as it hit that grass, took off right into that tire wall.
What did we say about Thomas Kirchman saying that the Spec Racer Fords are like walking on a balance beam, and they just happen to be different widths at the front and the back of the car?
He obviously had a size 8.5 to a 10.
All right, so lights are out now on the pace car. We are going racing this next time by. Should say, though, that even though we had this extra pace lap, the clock did start when they crossed the start-finish line. The lap counter did start, so these racers will have 24 laps to the checkered flag, as the field's still very strung out, as if they don't know that they've still got to form up double file here. And the pace car now on the pit road. That leaves things to Sam Schechter and Jeffrey Lehner in the orange number 71, Schechter in the blue 55 on the pole. The starter is going to look over the field. Hopefully we'll get the green flag, as the field was still very strung out. But green flag is in the air, and we are racing at Summit Point. Congratulations to Ron Rice. He set the fast lap on the first lap of the race. There as our leaders now make the run down into turn one. The two blue cars at Sam Schechter with Michael Perotti in the blue 31 behind, getting the jump on Jeffrey Lehner. Now, Brian, yesterday, Lehner had a miserable start, dropped as far back, I believe, as 7th position. Much better today as he manages to hold off Michael Perotti and slots in the second as they go through turn 3 and head down the hill.
Yeah, he kind of went off yesterday early on in this race and had to really battle back real hard. I think when we came to the green here, David, they just didn't understand the fact that just because John Ryan lost that spot and moved, it was like everybody else was trying to weave to try to take the extra spot. Instead, that line just moves up.
Right.
And you had people crossing over in front of each other.
Trying to figure out, do they be left or right?
Correct. So
Yeah.
I think that's why we had a little bit of a late kind of the green flag almost 3/4 of the way down the front stretch here, but that was just to get them all settled in.
It's something in driver school. It's something you never tell the racers.
never-
What happens when the car that is supposed to be in front of you is no longer there, and what happens is that entire lane moves up a whole position.
Correct.
It basically means that the guy who started behind, he picks up 2 positions. But unfortunately nobody else knew there. So they were trying to, was I left or was I right or was I left? Whatever. But as we complete the first lap under green, Sam Schechter is your leader. Michael Perotti now takes a look to the inside on Jeffrey Lehner. Lehner now falling back into 3rd position as Perotti takes over 2nd position. Then it is Jeff Valentino, Jared Odrick, and Odrick with a great start now up in the 5th position. Started the race 9th. Of course, one of the drivers ahead, started behind him, or actually didn't start. So he picks up 1 free lap or 1 free position there already. But good start for Odrick.
Yeah, and that's where they were crossing over, and Jared was not sure where to go and was kind of on the outside lane and ended up going back into inside lane. So made a big difference there.
Yeah, Perotti here back to second spot as he was yesterday. Had a little bit, took the lead for about almost a lap or so from Sam Schechter. Schechter, though, running away early on. I mean, he's really opened up that gap now. It's about 10 car lengths, it looks like. So early on, really starting to get spread out. But again, as a topic all day, 25 laps. It's a long race. Cars are basically filled to the top on the fuel tank, and they're going to be really heavy to start out. And then the handling will go away as it starts getting lighter in that back end. Again, it gets lighter.
All right, so here's something that I'd like to see. Notice we got the blue and yellow number 97. That is Jared Odrick. And then Jeff Valentino directly behind in the number 68 machine as they make now the run down into turn 1. Odrick having to get very defensive to hold off Valentino there. And, I thought for maybe a little while that those two drivers might work together to try to get up to Jeffrey Lehner, and that just is not the case. They're still side by side going through turn 3. If you want to get into a podium position, don't go side by side on the second lap.
Yeah, we've seen that not work out well when you end up racing side by side. You're going to lose that front 3 really, really quickly. You've got to get it, especially in this class here, David. You've got to. It's all about momentum. You've got to have partners. It's the same as in Spec Miata, and then when we even have our regional class that races out here as well. You've got to stay in line until you get to the dance floor. Stay in line till you get to the dance floor. Then you can pick your partner of who you want to dance with. That's what's going to help you get to the front.
Just about the only thing here with these cars, though, except you can't really bump draft because the back ends are a little bit open, and when you pick that guy off, kind of when you lift those rear wheels, it's not going to end well. As we see, though, coming down the front stretch, Jared Odrick now starting to defend the inside from Valentino, going to almost snake as Valentino pops to the outside, heading down turn number 1, side by side as they head into the braking zone.
Yeah, I thought that they might be working together here, but as they come in
against each other,
exactly against their own best interests there, as they come out of turn 2, and Odrick manages to hold off Valentino once again. So want to check in with a couple folks that are in the chat. Want to thank you all for joining us. We got Nathan Cross, who says Summit Point needs a rescan for iRacing. So Nathan, if you didn't know, there's going to be a graphic update to the Summit Point Raceway coming to iRacing, I believe, in the next season. Not a full rescan, unfortunately. It'll just look prettier, kind of like Summit Point does now, going down into turn 1. But I think Summit Point has actually been repaved 3 different times since it was released on the iRacing platform back in 2007. I agree, it could use a rescan. And then we've got Brad Gould. We saw Brad just a couple of weeks ago at the regional race here at the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series race, racing in actually the same car that Jared Odrick is racing in today. But he is cheering on Jeff Valentino. So maybe he knows something about that car that Jared doesn't.
Well, I mean, I think that car's been raced by 3 different events, 3 different people, because didn't Liam Kerper, our SRF3 champion last year, he was racing in the 97 or
not
did he go to the 44?
He was racing in the 30.
In Cam Schechter's. Mac Harrison's car.
Machine for the regional.
Yes, the gray number 30.
Yep.
30 machine.
Meant for the Super Tour. Sorry, Brian. Didn't really clarify that.
Sorry, yeah.
That is correct. Liam Kerper was racing in VIR in the Super Tour with it. Correct. And hopefully we'll see Liam Kerper out at some either more Super Tour events or at least majors events as he's looking to improve upon his top 10 finish at the runoffs this past year.
Well, I was going to say, I talked about it yesterday a little odd racing there, going in, making the right-hand turn and then cutting back into the left-hand turn right there. I had mentioned Liam Kerper, and I talked about Sam Schechter being very dominant in this class, last year and early part of this year. Well, I was soon corrected by a text message that Liam Kerper won the championship here last year
as a rookie.
Spec Racer Gen 3 as a rookie, yes. So for that, I am sorry, Liam, but at least Sam can get it off the trail.
Say this red car here pulling to the inside the 47, Kenneth Riley. He's got issue when he was coming down turn number 3. Saw him raise his hand as he's now still waving his hand, actually trying to signal to other drivers either around him or maybe that are coming up to him that he has an issue. So he will pull into the pit lane now, and this could be an early end here for Kenneth Riley, who was sent 9th overall last time by. As lost some,
I would imagine if he was waving other drivers by that would be the case.
So he's got a couple of crew guys down there. Look like they're looking at the car, but not much movement though. So probably just debriefing real quick, trying to find an issue. And
all right. So let's watch out coming down into turn 5. Great fight. We've been watching this fight between Odrick and Valentino, but joining the chat now, Mike Anderson, who made a move over to Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, I believe, last year. Anderson, who is out of Green Pond, New Jersey. Sounds like well,
I know where you're going.
Yeah, we're not gonna say it. Meanwhile, again, Mike Anderson, 3-time Formula Continental national champion. So he knows how to race, but I think he also knows how to strategize for a race. And Odrick and Valentino have made things awfully easy for him here. I think probably the biggest question is whether or not Theo Pepe's in the 27 car, another one of the doggone racing cars, will be able to move up into that fight as well. Of course, we saw just a year ago, Theo Pepe's had his bouts with Blaze, with fire going down, coming out of turn 10, and that car repaired and back underway. We talked to Theo, I think it was at the Labor Day Mars Spectacular. Now as Valentino goes side pod to side pod with Jared Odrick through turn 3. Odrick's going to hold off, but here comes Anderson, and Anderson sweeps past Valentino as they come down the hill. So already that fight has netted a position for Mike Anderson, and Jared Odrick, again, another national champion, a GT2 national champion. He's now got one of his peers right behind him. We'll see how he handles this.
Well, when you were first bringing in Mike Anderson here into this battle, you said he was joining the chat. Well, he's joined that chat, and he is definitely inside that chat. because he just said, "I'm here, fellas."
Exactly. David, I think he's a little bit too old to be texting us or putting messages in this chat. So
he joined that chat on the racetrack. He just said, "Hey, don't forget about me. It's been a while, but I'm here, and I didn't do it." But you talked about Theo. Look, they start battling like that again. That is definitely going to bring Theo Pepe's back in.
Yeah.
Also, want to bring up keeping an eye on the body work of that 88 machine from Jeff Harold. Remember, Jeff Harold had that problem yesterday as well.
All right, Mike Anderson now, David, coming down the outside and trying to sweep around Jared Odrick as they come through the horseshoe into turn 3. And there you go, Mike Anderson now taking over fourth position, from Jared Odrick.
Say Odrick there tried to cover the inside, and Mike Anderson was just going to power around the outside. It looks like he got it, so pulled around Odrick, though. Odrick might have been trying to set up a move, trying to throw a big run up the inside going turn number 3 and didn't make it work, so he's going to file in now behind Anderson. So move Anderson up to the 4th spot, Odrick down at 5th, and 6th, it's still Valentino.
Yeah, our front 3, Sam Schechter, Mike Perotti, and Jeffrey Lehner, I tell you what, they've kind of checked out. They're kind of single file there. Sam Schechter now coming out of turn number 10 down the front stretch. Then you've got this battle here for 4th all the way back, really to 7th with those 4 cars. And then a little bit further back, a couple other battles there between Richard Herman, Thomas Kirchman, and Nicky Rumen-Skinner.
For 10th.
That I was looking at. For 10th, right, exactly.
There you go. So, and Nicky Rumen-Skinner, of course, the Rumen family, so famous here in Washington, D.C., road racing history, both in the amateur ranks and the pro ranks. Yep. Nicky raced in the invitational-only women's Global GT series, as well as the Pro Spec Racer family as well. And Bob Rumen, of course, was a former Trans Am driver and autocrosser. Her mom autocross, and of course we know Amy Rumen, who's a 2-time Trans Am champion.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of history in that family.
Yeah.
From a racing perspective, and so they get the most out of every single equipment that they get into.
Good battle here for the 5th spot that's coming into the carousel as Jared Odrick and Valentino swapping positions. Odrick lost the 5th spot there to Valentino, and then he gained it back going turn number 5.
Yeah, just as we talked about Nicky Rumen-Skinner there, ends up spinning down in turn 1, but able to continue. So that's going to drop her back from that battle.
What did I say about not bringing out the announcers first?
Yeah, for that 10th spot. So that's actually going to bring Thomas Riley in that 11 machine right back up to her.
Oh my!
As this race continues on, but
sorry, Nicky.
Yeah,
it's all my fault. Yeah, it should, as we look at things, Brian, as you mentioned, Schechter, who just reset fast lap again. Schechter, Perotti, Lehner really checking out from the rest of the field. And you can see where that fight between Odrick and Valentino really hurt this entire pack, that they had been lapping almost 3.5 seconds slower than the top 3 racers, lap after lap. And now we're looking about a 7-second gap back to Mike Anderson. As Anderson, once he managed to get around him, he's been able to separate himself out because Odrick continues to fight with Valentino and now Pepe's as he gets very defensive coming down into turn 5.
Well, remember, Jared doesn't have very much experience in these types of cars in terms of basically momentum, right? He's used to being in that higher powered car where he can easily power himself out of a turn rather than having to use the momentum. So kind of puts himself in a little bit of different spot there. He's got to rely on the other cars in order to move forward, just not able to get it done.
Saying Jared Odrick, though, I mean, he's been doing a lot of racing now as they come back onto the front straightaway. I'm going to hold that thought because he's going to have Valentino now right up the back of him, and he's going to defend that inside down the front stretch. Going to force Valentino to maybe go all the way around as it looks like Valentino will pop to the outside and going to hold Odrick tight to the inside line and will open up the corner entry. Odrick, though, not letting him kind of bully him into the corner. He's going to power to the inside and try to get around Valentino here coming out of 1 and 2.
Yeah, and so Jared now putting in, and Brian, I think you mentioned that Jared did put some time in this Doggone Racing Spec Racer Ford prior to this weekend. But Jared looking to get as much seat time in as many places as he can now. He does have a Trans Am race, a TA2 race at Sonoma Raceway next week. He was at Sonoma a couple weeks ago for his debut in the Toyota GR86 Cup races, as I believe they raced with SRO. And great to see him come down a little bit south from home as he still makes Pennsylvania his home and race with us here on the U.S. Majors Tour. I don't know if his plan is to qualify and run the runoffs in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, but that would be a heck of a change. His first seasons out in SCCA racing started racing in that GT2 class, as well as racing, of all things, as he's a very big man. For as many of you know, a former NFL football player, a first-round draft pick, and squeezed himself into a Spec Miata for a couple of years. It was a sight to see. We talked about Danny Richardson having problems getting in and out of a car. That's with a Camaro. You should see Jared Odrick at about 6'5", get in and out of a Miata.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny though too. We see a couple Trans Am stars now that have come up through the ranks. They've come through the Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, such as GM Buffamonte. He's run Morgan Burkhardt. Well, he's gone to IMSA now when he started here with the Spec Racer 4 program. So this is really a good kind of car to learn kind of the basics of racing and everything, and maybe just kind of use it as a refresher course. As we see Audric, though, right on the back of Valentino again. So this battle is still heating up. And as I say that, that's the Mike Anderson machine that Audric now has gone by. The two kind of white silver cars almost confused me a little bit there. But yeah, Audric now starting to, as he kind of broke away from Valentino, starting to catch right back up to the Mike Anderson machine. So this is going to be Battle for Fourth starting to heat up now with 12 laps to go.
All right, let's see if we can. I'd like to be able to catch up with this fight between, I believe it is Jeff Harold in the 88 car, Tom Riley, and J. Mark Wendling, and I'll try to direct. I believe they're coming through turn 10 right now. There they are. It's the 88 car. That is Jeff Harold, the Tom Riley, J. Mark Wendling. That is the battle for 10th. Don't tell Tom Kirschman because he's running in 9th, just ahead of him right now. We don't want him joining that fight there. But separated by about 2 car lengths. They've been having a great fight here all race long, as we've got 12 laps remaining. And Harold, who started this race off in 14th position. Actually, when they dropped the green, he started in 13th. So he's picked up a couple of positions there. He got around both Riley and J. Mark Wendling early on in this race.
Yeah, I'm trying to look through. I believe Jared won one of the points championships last year in TA2.
It was the Pro-Am Championship, I believe.
Yeah, the Pro-Am Championship. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what he'd won in 2025. I'm trying to look that up, and it's not showing there, but I'm almost positive he did won that championship at the end of the year. Keep a look on that, but I'm almost positive he did do that. But yeah, Jared, really trying to kind of hone everything in and kind of pick everything apart per se, but getting in as many races as he can.
All right, taking a quick look to the inside on Jeff Harold. That was J. Mark Wendling in the blue number 3. Pops down to the inside, gets around Thomas Riley. Doesn't make the double move there, but gets one position. So move Wendling now up into 11th position. As we've got 10 laps remaining. Sam Schechter, your leader. Michael Perotti, second. Jeffrey Lehner is in third.
check. They're getting ready to come on. I believe that is the John Baumgartner?
I think, I think John Brumder, the 06 car, the red 06 that he's coming up right now. Brumder, who has been racing now for, I believe might be his 50th year racing, Brian. Spent a number of years running in Pro Super V back in the late 80s. Also, Trans Am in the early 90s as well. And he did finish third in Formula Continental at Mid-Ohio back in, let me check my notes. I think it was in 2000 here at the ripe old age of 50. So, great to see him out and racing here this weekend. He said he started racing with the SCCA at Pueblo, out in Colorado, of course, 1976. I was all of 7 years old, and even I feel old.
So his Trans Am engineer too was Jeff Braun, who is so as his son Colin Braun, been racing a long time. Believe he's a Acura factory driver for the GTP team. So Jeff's has been a really successful engineer in his career through many different sports car series.
I know we talked about Jared, and his football background and everything else, University of Penn State, first-round pick. Looking here in the chat, Brad Gould, when he rented the car after Jared, he had to have the pedal box move three holes forward.
That's right.
That's a lot of room.
well, Brad's about your and my height.
Correct.
Oh my God.
Jared came through the driving school here at Summit Point, I believe, in 2021.
Yeah.
It came through, and again, that was still during the time of the COVID era, and so we had to, you had to mask up. Jared walked in with a space suit on.
Yes, I remember this now.
With the big space space helmet. So this big overpowering guy walks in with a space helmet. You don't tell him to take it off.
No,
you don't need that. You're good.
And it's great to see what he's done since his retirement, and that wasn't him right there through the gravel. No, that was
that was actually Richard Herman in the zero. He had dropped all the way back into 8th anyway. Coming back, Theo Pepe's got around him along with Valentino, who was right there as well. So again, Richard Herman having a little bit of problems yesterday. We talked about J. Mark Wendling yesterday having that problem early on with Jeff Harold. Both of those cars pretty well fixed up.
Yeah.
Jeff Harold now in 10th, right behind Thomas Kirchman in 6th.
Well, for all of our talk about Jared Odrick, he's bringing the number 97 car down the pit lane. Brad, maybe they didn't move the pedals back 3 holes for him. maybe he's had his knees around his ears for the last 17 laps. I don't know, but Jared Odrick brings his number 97 car onto the pit lane. It's got the doggone racing folks taking a look at it. We'll see if he goes back out.
Took the rear panel off. I'm wondering if it could be probably an overheating issue the way they were looking at it. So.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we've heard over the past couple of seasons where some of these Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s have had issues with cooling, that the radiators might not be up to the task. Here, Brian, is that fight we were watching just a little bit earlier with Harold, Wendling, and Riley continues on here going into turn 5, and it looks like now Thomas Riley getting around J. Mark Wendling.
Yeah, J. Mark really had a problem coming out of turn number 2, and that allowed Thomas Riley in that 11 machine to kind of get in there right on the back gearbox there of Jeff Harold in that 88 machine. We'll see if they start to pull away a little bit from J. Mark. But I tell you what, actually Harold is now going to be the one that got passed. So actually J. Mark Wendling and Thomas Riley went by the 88 machine there of Jeff Harold. So you're going to move J. Mark Wendling up a spot, Thomas Riley up a spot. You're going to move Jeff Harold back 2 spots again.
And when you look at, David, when you look at the driver, or probably the driver's front corner, the right front corner of the 88 car, you'll see that a piece of the bodywork there is moving around. Now, there is a lot of tape there. I think that is actually the damage from yesterday going down into turn 1. That piece of bodywork spent almost the entire race sitting on the outside of turn 1. There's some white tape trying to hold it on, and that tape is starting to peel off. And that certainly will affect his straight line speed. Probably the best thing that could have happened to him is stay in the draft and maybe wait to pop out until one of the very last laps.
Yeah, and we saw Thomas Riley, though, going down turn number 1 this time. He got by the J. Mark Wendling machine, so he's going to move up another spot, though. Harold, though, can just kind of hold on as much as he can through the momentum sections and try to, just get right up behind these two cars. Just, again, as you said, Greg, stay right in their draft for as long as he can.
Well, that incident between Jeff Harold, with that right front, that was actually up against J. Mark Wendling in the number 3 because he had left rear front damage. That was all that big kind of debacle that they had down into turn 1 where there was a lot of checking up going on the very first lap. So those two, again, back nose to tail running as they come out of turn number 10, again, trying to work together as well. And I think you're right, David. Stay back there in that draft. That's the only way you're going to catch Riley as he starts to pull out here, coming down past the start-finish line. Again, you're not going to be able to have that air. You're going to have to really stick it in there, and J. Mark's going to have to do it and give it up. But right now, he's going to try to, Jeff Harold, he's going to try to go 2 for 1. I don't believe he's going to make that stick. It does look like Thomas Riley's going to do that over-under.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Riley, though, he had a big gap between these two of Wendling and Harold when they came down the straightaway, and they used the draft together to kind of catch Riley and then get him in the corner. But again, though, it looks like as Harold is starting to fall back just a little bit, but as I say that they get back into the braking zone, they all tighten back up together.
Yeah, all three of those cars kind of evenly matched here as Mike Anderson comes by the start-finish line, then Valentino again, then Theo Pepe's. That's a shaping up to be a decent battle again. That's going to be for fifth between Pepe's and Valentino. But that battle there that we were watching with Riley, Wendling, and Harold, that's been that way now for the last, I'd probably say 5 or 6 laps, and now it does look like Thomas Riley's starting to open it up over those two blue machines, the number 3 of J. Mark Wendling and the 88 of Jeff Harold.
All right, where we've got now 5 laps remaining. Sam Schechter, your leader. We haven't checked in much with Sam here as he's got now almost 9 seconds on Michael Perotti. Jeff Lehner, another 6 seconds back from there. So let's stick with this fight right now for 9th position.
So he's come down there, a single file going down turn number 1. Let's see what they look like when they come into the shot here, as it looks like Riley's though is going to hang on to the position though and get a couple car length lead over these 2 blue cars of both Wendling and Harold. So Riley kind of, it's that cat and mouse game where Riley can extend the lead a little bit, then the Wendling and Harold, they'll kind of catch him up on the straights and then get near him, and then it's just kind of rinse and repeat on a lot of these corners here. Says your leader, Sam Schechter, though, when he came across the line. We're down to 4 laps to go now, so this race winding down. We just barely beat the fastest race time from yesterday, or the fastest qualifying time, I believe, which was a 1:20.38. So we're down to a 1:20.330 from Sam Schechter, your leader, though. So he's pretty much been uncontested again this week, and he's gotten out in front and he's pretty much just ran away and hid from the field, run a very consistent race. And yesterday we saw a lot of Perotti kind of near him. Today though it's kind of the opposite.
Yeah, you can look down at pit lane there, 97. You can see Jared standing along the wall watching the race.
Exactly.
Here in that white driver suit. So tell you what, unfortunate for that.
Wendling really threw it at turn number 1 there. There was almost been a side-by-side contact between him and Thomas Riley. So it looks like, though, that's going to be the 88 that might pop in front again, these blue cars. It's kind of hard to tell the numbers.
It's the 88. The best way to look at it is look at that right front corner.
White tape.
Yeah, exactly. And so it is the 88 car now who leads that trio down into turn number 5. Jeff Harold, then Wendling, then Thomas Riley. Wanted to thank some more people for joining us in the chat. Of course, we talked about Brad Gould, former an iRacer who started racing at Spec Racer Ford just to see what the difference was. And He's found a home in SCCA Road Racing and Spec Racer Fords. We also have, Brian, one of the two Justin Shepherds in the chat. I'm not sure which one this is.
Well, that's the 00, so that's the Justin Shepard.
Justin Shepard, exactly. We've got our ITA Miata Justin Shepard, and we've got our Australian V8 Supercars Justin Shepard. So whichever, and both, want to thank you all for joining us here today. I want to thank everybody who has joined us for all the coverage here this weekend from Summit Point Raceway and the 2026 U.S. Majors Tour. If you've liked what you've seen, Brian, I'm going to say it again, smash the like button, and of course, subscribe to the Washington, D.C. region YouTube channel. That way you'll find out all the times that we go live, and the next time we do go live is going to be the weekend of May 2nd and 3rd from Virginia International Raceway for the SARC Mars Challenger. How those of us here up north like to call it the Mars SARC Challenge.
Yes.
Because we're always better. It's the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and the South Atlantic Road Racing Championship. And we're going to have some time trials thrown in as well.
Yeah. Next time by for Sam Schechter, he comes by the start-finish line. He's going to get that one to go here. So again, another dominant performance by Sam Schechter. I thought Michael Perotti would give him a little bit better of a challenge today. This was, David, right when they went out for qualifying yesterday. Again, a little bit later, but kind of the same temperature feel that they had. You talked about Sam doing that 123.30, which was 5/100ths of a second lower than what he ran yesterday. And the qualifying number one was a little cooler. I thought for sure Perotti would give him a little bit better of a challenge.
Yeah. All right. Now our leader, Sam Schechter, now coming up the hill towards the bridge. There he is coming into turn 10 now, all by himself. He's got the prism on the side of the car. And now 1 lap remaining, 2 miles for Sam Schechter, looking for his second race win of the weekend. Here is he has just been dominant at Summit Point. Michael Perotti ran faster than Sam Schechter at one point during yesterday's race, very early on, but since then it has been all Sam Schechter. Michael Perotti now 13 seconds in arrears, just crosses the start-finish line to start his final lap. Jeffrey Lehner currently in third.
Really good battle here for 5th and 6th with Valentino and Theo Pepes. Again, 1 lap to go. These two kind of been stuck nose to tail even from early on. I don't think there's been more than a gap and a half where they've been. And now Theo Pepes looks like he's going to drive down inside right, see whether or not we can do an over-under with Jeff Valentino here coming up out of turn number 2. But Pepe's hard on the brakes getting in there. I don't know if he's going to be able to make that stick.
And there's a little bit of contact. Now, when Pepes came underneath Valentino going into turn 1, I thought he had made the perfect move. It was very late. He had the nose come right across Valentino just at the exit of turn 1, but Valentino was able to fight back. But we had the number 27 machine to the inside going into turn 3. He's able to take the position. But more importantly now, coming out of turn 10, onto the front straight, the starter looks to throw the flag, and checkered flag is out for Sam Schechter, your winner today in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Coming out of the final corner now and across the line, it's going to be Michael Perotti in the blue number 31 car. He'll finish 15 seconds in arrears. Jeffrey Lehner will take the bronze. He'll finish third. That is your podium. Mike Anderson now in the white number 15 car. There it is, white with the blue stripes. He's going to finish just off the podium in 4th, but great run for Anderson, who started this race in 9th position to finish in 4th. Again, 3-time former national champion Theo Pepes will finish 5th. Jeff Valentino 6th. And paging Mr. Herman in the number 0 car, Richard Herman will finish in 7th.
Thomas Kirchman's going to break the streak of the 10th.
I don't know what to do.
Outdone himself. Right here, he's going to finish 8th, correct?
Thomas Kirchman, he's now Mr. 8. He's now, somebody tell Alex Ovechkin, but Tom Kirchman will finish 8th. Jeff Harold will finish in 9th ahead of Thomas Riley, with J. Mark Wendling finishing just outside the top 10. That was a great job there by Harold, Riley, and Wendling. Some good close racing over the course of this race. Nicky Ruben Skinner will finish 12th. John Brumder, Ron Rice, will round out the 14 cars running here at the Checker.
I'll tell you what there, real quick. That battle between Riley and Wendling down the line, it was 77/100th of a second that separated those two, and that was the battle for 10, so really went down to the wire there.
Yes, yes, indeed it did, and it just shows how we have such great competition in SCCA road racing here, whether it's for the podium or maybe not for the podium. So that's going to wrap up our racing action here at Summit Point Raceway for the 2026 U.S. Majors Tour. Spencer, let's bring up that schedule so we can see what is coming up, what we're going to be broadcasting here coming up. We talked about May 2nd and 3rd, Virginia International Raceway. We're going to be back June 13th and 14th for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series here at Summit Point. The other races there, you'll see with the asterisks, those are Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series events that will not be broadcast, but we still have a lot to bring you. And again, if you subscribe to the Washington D.C. Region YouTube channel, you'll find out every time that we go live. So for Brian Donati, for David Lance, for Spencer Gaynor, I'm Greg Ginsburg, and thank you so much for joining us here this weekend for the U.S. Majors Tour. We'll see you in just a few weeks.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Need it welded? Need it now? When things freak at the track or out in the field, you don't have time to wait. You need precision. You need reliability. You need Rockman Metalworks. From high-performance race components to critical field repairs, Rockman delivers elite-level welding and fabrication with a research-driven approach that goes far beyond your average welder. This is precision work built to perform when it matters most. And here's the best part. They come to you. With full mobile service, Rockman Metalworks gets you back up and running fast so you can get back in the race. Conveniently located just 30 minutes from Summit Point, call them now at 209-751-9750. Rockman Metalworks. When it has to be right, right now.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Willing and Able Racing offers top-quality spec race car rentals with full setup and repair services, including trackside support for SCCA, NASA, VRG, and other organizations' road race, time trials, and track day events. Their Spec Racer Ford specialists and each of their Gen 3 machines sports a SATAV sequential transmission and a data acquisition system. Also offering Spec Miata rentals, Willing and Able is currently taking reservations for the remainder of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series season. For more information, email Willing and Able at rent@WNARacing.com, see them on Instagram at WNA Racing, or visit their website at WNARacing.com. Willing and Able would like to thank all the volunteers this weekend who've graciously donated their time so that we may race.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's BRET, at rpperformanceracing.com.